Honourable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members,
Good morning, honourable members. This is to inform you of the unavoidable absence of the Right Honourable Speaker, and that the second Deputy Speaker will be performing the duties of the Right Honourable Speaker until he returns. Thank you.
very well. So I'll skip item 2. And we don't have any message from the President, neither do we have any formal communication from the Speaker. So let's turn to item 5. Item 5, in today's other paper, item 5, correction of votes and proceedings, and official report. We will start with page 1. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page number 7. Page 8. Yes, Honorable Deputy Whip.
Speaker, on page 8, item 35, number 35, the Honourable Member for Bimbilla is absent with permission. He brought the
Number what?
form. 35, Speaker. Yes, 35. The Honourable Member for Bimbilla. He brought his leave of absence form. It was approved by the whips and process to Speaker. I don't know why it is appearing as being absent, but it's supposed to reflect as absent with permission because he's seeking permission. Thank you.
My leader, Absence with permission, you know the process. You file a form and the speaker is informed about it. But the mere fact his trip is official and decided not to fill the form, on the rules and proceedings, it will appear absent.
Speaker,
if you fill the form, then fine.
Yes, Speaker, exactly so. They brought the form to my office. I did the approval from the whips and forwarded it to the Speaker. So that's why I was bringing your notice that he has actually sought for permission.
Well. What I will direct is that table should look into the forms. If indeed he submitted the form, then you have to do the corrections. Yes, Honourable Member for North Tongue.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of absent with permission, I recall that speakers have consistently ruled that it is not automatic that once you fill the form, it will reflect that you have received approval and that you are absent with permission. That there will have to be approval from the Speaker after you have filled the form. So not until that communication has come from the Speaker or that indication from the Speaker to the table office, it's not automatic that once you fill a form, then it means that you are absent with permission. I recall that this matter has come up consistently and the speakers upon speaker have clarified. So I think that moving forward, we need really to be sure that the Speaker's office has granted the approval before we expect that it should reflect. Then, Mr. Speaker, there is another issue which I think that as a House, we will have to find a more befitting way to address that. So yesterday, our departed honourable colleague, the Honourable John Kuma, the MP for Ejiso, was captured as absent with permission, and that was corrected. I noticed that from the records here, we say deleted. But if you go through the votes and proceedings for yesterday's meeting, there is total silence. So you won't find a name at absent or absent with permission. It's just total silence. I think that moving forward, we should find a more dignifying way. If we are just totally silent like that, this is the record of proceedings and it's a house of records. How do we expect researchers, in the future to understand that? So I think that there's a way that it can be captured, especially as the House has been formally informed and we have held a minute silence in his honor. I think there's nothing wrong if it is acknowledged that this member is deceased. But just glossing over and the name, nothing appears about it in the entire record of proceedings, I don't think that it is a befitting way of addressing this matter. So I just thought that moving forward, this House should fashion out a way of dealing with this matter.
Well, my brother, my information is that we are all aware of the unfortunate demise of our brother, but officially, we have not been informed. So we know, but things must be done formally. So that is what the table is telling us, that we need to be informed formally. Then we can take it up from there. Yes, Honourable. Yes.
Speaker, I think I was going to speak to the matter that my colleague raised, and I think you directed rightly, because the absence of official communication, we were limited in terms of how we communicate it in our official correspondence. But he also still has a point, because so as we move forward, we should be looking at things that could be done in the meantime, in the absence of official communication in such event. So he has a point, and we could look at it. So we are more to what my colleague, my deputy, raised. He actually went ahead to get a confirmation that the honorable member for Bimbila's leave of absence was actually approved of. So what he may have to do is to get in touch, or the member has to get in touch with the table office to get it rectified.
Well, honorable members, when it comes to leave of absence, incidentally, the speaker has given me that rule, so I receive those requests, and I can assure you, nobody that I receive via requests and decide just to even sit over it, I will just work on it and forward it to the table. So that's what I'm saying. Table should check if indeed that transaction took place. We will do the necessary corrections, please. So we turn to page 9. Page 10. Page number 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 21st sitting of the first meeting held yesterday, Monday, the 11th March 2024, is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. We turn to item 6, questions. But before I will invite the minister, honorable members, kindly indulge me to acknowledge some guests from Oxford College of Emory University, Atlanta, Georgia. They are being led by Dean Christine Boni, Dr. Salmon Shamondi, and Ms. Amafrin Pong. They are dean and professors of the college. And incidentally, are they from Akimoda? Akimswadro. They are from Akimswadro. Some of them. Yes. So you are welcome, and we hope you enjoy our proceedings. So once again, you are welcome to Ghana, you are welcome to Parliament of Ghana. So you may resume your seat and observe proceedings in the chamber. So let me invite
Speaker, we have some understanding that we will proceed on to questions advertising the name of the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources instead. And hence we are escaping questions for the Minister for Works and Housing, both for the agent question and the other questions. So I will move on to the Minister for Land and Natural Resources and proceed in that manner.
Honourable members, let me invite you to page 4 of the other paper. Page 4 of the other paper. And I believe the minister responsible for lands and natural resources has taken his rightful seat. So I will begin with Honourable Member for Prestia Hunivari. Prestia Hunivari. Honourable Robert Wisdom Kujo. Honourable, the minister is available now. The floor is yours to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what are the terms of the takeover agreement between Golden Star Bogoso Prestia Limited and Future Global Resources, FGR, and then the commitment of the latter.
Respectfully, right, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's not working. Golden Star Bogoso Prestia Limited was the holder of mining leases in and around Prestia and Bogoso, with some of the leases dating back to 2001. On 26 July 2020, Golden Star entered into an agreement with Future Global Resources, FGR, to sell all its shares in the company to FGR, subject to regulatory approvals. On the recommendations of the Minerals Commission, a no objection was given by the then Minister, Honorable Kweku Asumachremi, on 30th September 2020, in accordance with Section 52 of the Minerals and Mining Act 2006 at 703, for FGR to acquire the interest of Golden Star in the mine. That same day, FGR became the owner of the Prestia Bogoso mine. By the said takeover, FGR assumed all the rights and liabilities of Golden Star Limited. Mr. Speaker, the terms of the takeover agreement are essentially made up of obligations, covenants, representations, warranties, and guarantees by the parties to each other, leading to the closure of the agreement, including the terms of payment, delivery of documents, and the taking of possession of the mine by FGR. However, as part of the request for a no objection, FGR submitted a funding proposal where the company committed to inject capital to develop and expand the mine, with a focus on extending the existing underground mine, assessing the potential of additional discoveries, and the exploitation of sulfide resources. Mr. Speaker, the company has, however, had some challenges in injecting the requisite capital, and the operations of the mine has come to a halt due to the disconnection of power to the mine. The ministry is working with all relevant stakeholders to ensure that the mine is revamped as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, let me assure my good friend, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Prestia Huni Valley, the chiefs and people of Prestia Huni Valley, and this august house, that just as we did with the Obuasi mine, which was put under care and maintenance, and the Bibiedi mine, which had been dormant for 7 years, government will work to revamp the Prestia mine and secure the employment of its workers. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the board chair of the Minerals Commission, Honorable Barbara Otin Jesse, has been on me, the ministry, and other stakeholders for a workable and lasting solution to this long-standing challenge, so as to revamp the local economy of Prestia Huni Valley and thereby create jobs. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable, could you any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the minister, FGR put in a proposal to inject in capital. That is about 3 years ago when they took over. But today, the results we have is that they've rather increased the indebtedness of the company from $30 million to $150 million. Was there any measures put in place to check whether FDR was putting in capital or injecting in capital? And why have we arrived at this situation where the company has closed down because of their inability to pay just light bill?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, the working of mines, the operations of mines are complicated. And they are normally, with respect, Mr. Speaker, not that straightforward. And therefore, the matters to do with injection of capital, how much capital is being injected, what impact is made, and what has brought the mine to its current difficulties, Mr. Speaker, are all normally quite complicated. Mr. Speaker, I will respectfully crave your indulgence and that of my honorable colleague to have me be circumspect in terms of the statements I make and the commitments I make, as well as the explanations I give, Mr. Speaker, because this matter is a matter which is being dealt with as we speak now. The company is presented a proposal for approval to the ministry to enable them, according to them, to enable them raise more capital from the New York Stock Exchange. I have written to the Attorney General for some legal advice, and therefore, if I was to make any statement which is prejudicial to the processes which are ongoing, I think it would be unfair. So I will leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware Minerals Commission is one of the regulators under his ministry. And we are all aware that per mining and minerals regulations 2021 or so, they are supposed to check these mining companies. Where every month they are supposed to present a format of their production, their operations, cost, and everything. What was the of his outfit, that is Minerals Commission, doing about these checks and balances that they have waited till this time that even their own Minerals Commission, $5 million, they've not even paid SNIT for 30 months now. What was your outfit doing?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've just been saying, these are matters which are very much on the front burner, and these are matters which have far-reaching commercial and legal implications in terms of what I say in this House. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the Minerals Commission has been very much up and doing in terms of its monitoring responsibilities. Except to say that when a mine gets into these kinds of difficulties and the minister is called upon by law to take a decision in terms of the way forward, and some of the decisions could be, say, terminating the lease or approving the proposal that they brought for injection of capital to revamp the mine. At this particular stage, Mr. Speaker, it is always better to be circumspect in terms of what you say, because these are life matters, and these are matters that could be construed as prejudicial in terms of the statements I make in this House. So, Speaker, when the Obuasi mine was put under care and maintenance, just as the FGR mine is put under care and maintenance in 2016, I want to believe that it was not necessarily because the Minerals Commission at the time did not do its work. When the BBN mine was put under care and maintenance sometime in 2014, it was not because the Minerals Commission did not do its work. The running of mines are complicated, and I will crave the indulgence of Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Member of Parliament, and this House, to give me time to plow through these complicated issues and be able to come to a solution or a conclusion which will be in the interest of the country, in the interest of the community, and in the interest of all the actors at play. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable, your last Last one.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have on records a number of petitions from traditional authorities, the workers' union, and my good self, some to his outfit. About 2 years ago, giving the signals that this company might collapse one day because of the way they were operating. Mr. Speaker, from our data that we have, the company was producing between $1.5 million to $1 million worth of gold every week. And they needed just $2 million of amount to pay all the operational and administrative, expenses. What this company did was that whatever they produced, they take the gold away without paying the expenses. And now this is where we have landed. That from December to date, they've not paid the workers, they've closed operations. So I want to ask the minister, what were they doing with the gold that we're producing every week?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think my honourable colleague, I'm not going to comment on the statements he's made and what is happening to gold that is produced and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, those with the greatest of respect could be a simplistic way of looking at how mines are operated. And I want to say that we should be circumspect in terms of the categorical statements we make, because these may have far-reaching implications in terms of the reputations of the actors involved. Mr. Speaker, there have been several petitions lodged to my office. That is correct, and I agree with him on that. As I said in my response, the former Member of Parliament for Pristia Univali, the Honourable Mrs. Barbara Otinjesi, has been at the forefront of this struggle, Mr. Speaker. She literally sleeps in my office over this matter. And she herself has lodged petitions, she's been engaging stakeholders, and she's been working around the clock to get this mine revamped and to find solutions to this situation in order to, as I say, revamp the economy of that enclave. Mr. Speaker, let me assure my friend in this House that we will continue to do everything possible to ensure that in the not too distant future, just as we did with the Bibiani mine, just as we did with Obuasi mine, just as we are bringing about new mines in the country such as Cardinal Namdi in the Upper East, Azuma Resources in the Upper West region, and just as we are revolutionizing the mining industry and bringing about a new paradigm of adding value to our mineral resources, which is indeed unprecedented. When it comes to FGL Bogoso, the Speaker, we will get it sorted out and get it sorted out in due course. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members from Pristia Univali, let's turn to Ketu South and invite Honourable Abra Jifa Gomashi to take the floor by asking the Minister her question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources the kind of steps being taken to regulate sand winning in Ketu South and plans to reclaim the affected communities in the Poglu area of Ketu South.
Very well, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, permit me to first of all thank the highly respected Member of Parliament for Ketu South constituency for asking this very important question, Mr. Speaker, for it has far-reaching, debilitating consequences on the landscape and environment of our country. Mr. Speaker, the Volta region is one of the 3 regions that have been spared of illegal gold mining activities. However, illegal sand winning has been ongoing in these areas for a very long time. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, through the Minerals Commission, has been implementing several measures to curb these illegal activities, as well as reclaim degraded areas. Mr. Speaker, as part of measures to clamp down on illegal sand winning, I led the ministry to meet with the Volta Regional Minister, the Volta Regional Security Council, and the Volta Regional House of Chiefs in 2021 to get their support in fighting illegal sand winning in the Volta region. Inspectors from the Minerals Commission's whole office have identified Ketu South Municipality as one of the hotspots for illegal sand winning and illegal exploitation of sand, and thus regularly embark on monitoring and mapping operations in the municipality to assist law enforcement agencies in dealing with the situation. Some of the hotspots within the municipality include Oglu, Chivolem, and Akatu. Large areas around Oglu and its environs have been degraded by activities of illegal sand winners, and the Commission is working with law enforcement agencies to bring the perpetrators to book. The proximity of Oglu to the Togo border provides an incentive for perpetrators to mine sand illegally and export them through unapproved routes to Togo. The Commission continues to monitor the activities of these sand winners and continuously provide information to the law enforcement agencies. Reports are usually submitted to the municipal chief executives at the head of the Municipal Security Council, MUSEC, to take appropriate action. Mr. Speaker, the MCE has been following up on these reports, and I'm happy to report to this august House that large portions of degraded areas in Chivolin was reclaimed by the illegal operators following reports from the Minerals Commission. The Commission has also been undertaking regular education and sensitization to educate sand winners on how to acquire licenses and operate legally. Following these engagements, a number of people involved in this activity have applied for restricted mining leases to mine legally, which are being processed by the Minerals Commission. Once licensed, Mr. Speaker, the Commission will be well positioned to monitor the activities and apply the necessary sanctions where necessary. Currently, however, due to the increasing activities of these illegal miners and their impact on the environment, coupled with the illegal export to the Republic of Togo, the Commission, working with MUSEC, has placed a moratorium on all sand winning activities, whether legal or illegal, within the municipality. This is to ensure that we come to grips with this matter and that all degraded areas within the municipality are reclaimed. The Minerals Commission is working with the sand winners to ensure they reclaim these lands before the moratorium is lifted. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, reclamations are ongoing in Chivolem and Akatu. In respect of the Poglo area, however, due to the vast nature of the destruction, which dates to several years of illegal sand winning, the Ministry is working out a mechanism to include it as part of the nationwide reclamation of mined-out lands. Already, discussions have been held with MUSEC, and plans are far advanced to commence reclamation as soon as possible. And the Honourable Member of Parliament will be consulted and actively engaged in this exercise. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the Honourable Member for Ketu South, the affable Member of Parliament for Ketu South, that government is committed to curbing illegal sand winning activities in the area, as well as reclaim degraded areas. We will count on the support of all stakeholders, particularly the Honourable Member of Parliament for the area, the Regional House of Chiefs, as well as MUSEC, to come to grips with this matter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Gomeshi, I think he has given you an elaborate answer.
And I'm, Mr. Speaker, and I'm truly grateful for the very elaborate response. However, the minister will admit that I've spoken to him on many times. The only way you can convince me is that when we rise for Easter break, you honor your promise to me and my people and come and visit so that whatever you've been told will be what you see. Because half the time, you and I know that sometimes what we are told is not what the real picture is. I would like to invite you, and you must honor your promise to us. And you may want to assure me in this house that you will come and do the tour with me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable John Jenapo, are you a linguist? You appear to be a linguist to Honourable Gomeshi.
I told Mr. Speaker, I didn't speak through the mic, Mr. Speaker. I've been quiet over this one.
I'll come to you. After the assurance, I'll come to you. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to give the firm assurance that God willing, Mr. Speaker, I will be very happy to visit Ketu South, that beautiful part of our country, And not only will I visit Mr. Speaker, I will spend some time with her in her constituency, because I'm certain that she will organize some Petridechi. So I'll be there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Abeji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister, as part of the answer to the question, says that reports are usually submitted to the Municipal Chief Executive as the head of the Municipal Security Council to take appropriate action. Is the Minister aware that some of these Chief Executives are the brain behind the sand winning? Is he aware? And if he's aware, how will this report be implemented by the same people who are behind the action?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I am not aware. And second of all, as the respected senior colleague will admit, the rule of the game is evidence. And I will reach out to him after this session to see if he can furnish me with some hard evidence. And if he did, Mr. Speaker, which I believe he should have, we will act on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me come to Northton.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to find out from the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources whether he is aware that this illegal sand winning, a lot of it is going on in the Tong Enclave, particularly in my constituency, where they are winning the sand from the river, the Volta River. And all efforts to really clamp down on that has not worked. And it appears that even some of these DCs are now using it as revenue mobilization, where they ask these operators without license to pay something to the assemblies. And because of that, they appear to have become complicit, and there's really no effort at stopping the menace. I want to find out if the Honourable Minister is aware and what he proposes can be done to stop the illegal sand winning taking place in the Volta River. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I am aware that North Tongue is heavily affected, and we should do something about it. Mr. Speaker, secondly, the blunt truth is that over the years, we have concentrated more on attempting to regulate gold, bauxite, and other known minerals to the detriment of sand and, for example, quarry. And Mr. Speaker, so we've come to the point where we have a real problem when it comes to regulating sand and quarry. And even the laws, the legislative, the policy, the operational framework that is required to regulate these activities are absent. And so I want to agree with the Honorable Okudzeto-Ablakwa that we need to do a lot more. And as I said in my answer, we are trying to be a lot more focused on putting in place the framework and putting in place the policies and measures to be able to regulate sand winning. In fact, the point is that if you regulate sand winning correctly, it could be a source of boosting local communities and the economies of local communities. But what we do not have is regulation, and that is what's led to what he rightly pointed out with MMDCEs, municipal assemblies, using it as an avenue for IGF, which is wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with him. We will work on that. Thank you very much, Speaker.
I thought this is a constituency specific. We have so many questions, so I have to regulate it. Other than that, yes, Honourable
Speaker, this is a
constitution or pass new legislation to enable these assemblies, chiefs, and the rest to be actively involved in the granting of mineral rights. That is the problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, from K2 South, let's turn to the north, to Tamale North. Honourable Alassane Suhini, you may take the floor and answer your question.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable
That's
Speaker.
question 1966.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what the terms are and conditions of the contract between the Ministry and the Director of Mrs. Enoch Holdings Limited, Clement Jatu, to retrieve and protect government lands. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me at the outset clarify a misconception that the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources has no contract with Clement Jatu as Director of Mrs. Enoch Holdings Limited. The contract the Ministry has is with Mrs. Enoch Holdings Limited, a limited liability company and a separate legal entity. And the lawyers will bear me out. Mr. Speaker, over the years, public lands have come under serious threat from encroaches, with the state losing several prime lines these encroaches, including sensitive lands like Ramsar site and other biodiversity hotspots. This is as a result of years of actions and inactions. In most cases, the original owners of these lands, even after due compensation have been paid by the state to them, turn around and purport to sell these same lands to third parties. Mr. Speaker, the Lands Commission, the constitutional body responsible for managing these lands, lacks the requisite capacity to adequately protect them from encroaches, hence the indiscriminate encroachment of public lands over the years, a situation we all find unfortunate. Sometime in the year 2012, Anani International Company Limited, whose chief executive officer is Clement Jatu, applied to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for land to develop commercial and residential complexes in the Greater Accra region. The then Minister, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mike Allen Hammer, by a letter dated 15th August 2012, addressed to the President of the Republic, requested for executive approval to allocate 172.18 acres of land in the Adenta municipality, popularly known as aviation land, to the company. However, since the said land had been heavily encroached at the time, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources engaged Anani International Company Limited to clear encroachers from the said land in exchange for parcels of land as consideration. The company successfully cleared all encroachers on the land, and, Mr. Speaker, with the approval of the then President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, contained in a letter dated 29 August 2013, the company was subsequently engaged to finance the construction of 100 residential, 100 residual apartments on the land, in consideration for 140 acres of the land. This agreement has been executed. Following the success of the demolition exercise carried out at the Adenta aviation land and the retrieval of the said land from encroaches, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources has since the year 2012 engaged Anani International Company Limited and subsequently Enoch Holdings Limited after its incorporation in 2014 to carry out a number of demolition exercises and repossess public lands that have been encroached upon in consideration of allocation of portions of these lands. These include lands around Wager Dam, Temamoto Way, Pantan Hospital, Amaria Phase 1, and Kawokudi, where the Ayawasu East Municipal Assembly is currently situated. This arrangement was, however, not covered by any formal agreement. In 2018, the then Minister, Honorable John Peter Amewu, MP, took the view that there was a need to formalize the relationship between the companies and the ministry to ensure accountability. Accordingly, on 26 June 2018, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources entered into a formal agreement with Enoch Holdings Limited to provide technical services and re-enter and secure all lands belonging to government. Under the said agreement, the company is supposed to fund, plan, execute, and repossess all encroached land belonging to government and its agencies, secure and prevent the trespassing of all unencumbered and undeveloped public lands, and assist the Ministry and the Lands Commission in the management, maintenance, and proper utilization of all land belonging to government. In the performance of its functions, the company is also responsible for negotiating and paying resettlement and relocation allowances where necessary, as well as demolish structures and perform general site clearance on the land. In consideration for the performance of these services, Mr. Speaker, the company was to be paid 25% of encroached land successfully reclaimed, which was the rate applicable since the relationship of the party began as far back as the year 2012. This consideration includes the payment of resettlement allowances by the company where necessary, the cost of clearing the land, and the cost of protecting the land from further encroachment. Mr. Speaker, having reviewed the agreement after assuming office, I took the view that the agreement required the approval of the Public Procurement Authority. Accordingly, by a letter dated 1st March 2023, the Ministry wrote to the Public Procurement Authority to ratify the agreement by granting approval to engage Anok Holdings Company to repossess encroached public lands for government. Mr. Speaker, by a letter dated 3rd May 2023, the Public Procurement Authority granted the said approval, subject to a review of the consideration from 25%, which was applicable as far back as 2012, to 15%, which will be applicable from 2023. The Ministry engaged the company and reached an agreement to apply the 15% retrospectively to the date of the agreement. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, although the company was granted 25% of land successfully reclaimed since its engagement with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources in 2012, under the current agreement and under my watch, which was executed on 26 June 2018, the Ministry grants the company 15% of land successfully reclaimed from encroachers as consideration for its services, which includes the payment of resettlement allowances by the company where necessary, the cost of clearing the land, and the cost of protecting the lands from further encroachment. Mr. Speaker, public lands are by virtue of Article 2571 of our National Constitution, the property of the people of Ghana, vested in the President of the Republic, for and on behalf of the Ghanaian people. Government, through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, will continue to adopt measures necessary for the protection of these lands within the atmosphere of high integrity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And let me thank the Honorable Minister for the elaborate answer given to my question. Mr. Speaker, on a lighter note, however, I wish to take note of the opening paragraph of the Minister's answer. That says that at the outset, I clarify that the Ministry has no contract with Clement Jato as Director of Mrs. Enoch Holdings Limited. The contract is with Mrs. Enoch Holdings Limited, a limited liability company and a separate legal entity. I say on a lighter note, Mr. Speaker, because I wonder if Samuel Abu Jinapo is the one speaking to us now, or the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources is the one answering this question. I don't know who is speaking now, whether it's Samuel Abu Jinapo who is speaking now, or is the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources who is speaking now. But that's just on a lighter note. Mr. Speaker, to my substantive question, it's just in line with the answer that he has provided. To my substantive follow-up question, Mr. Speaker, in portions of the Minister's response, for example, in paragraph 5, the Minister talks about a contract that existed in 2012. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister if the contract in reference was to construct 100 residential apartments on the aviation land in consideration for some parcels of land which the Minister says have been executed,
or the contract was for clearing encroaches in consideration of the land?
Minister, did you get the question very well?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to assure my good friend and honourable colleague that the point I made about the misconception and the clarification was, Mr. Speaker, by no intent, was not intended to generate controversy or anything of the sort. Mr. Speaker, I just did so because if you look at the question says, and Mr. Speaker, with your permission, the question says, the Honourable Sweeney wants to know the terms and conditions of the contract between the Ministry and the Director of Mrs. Anok Holdings Limited, Clement Jato. Mr. Speaker, I just sought to clarify that the contract is not between the Ministry and Clement Jato. The contract is between the Ministry and Mrs. Anok Holdings Limited. The Director is Clement Jato, that's correct. But I did so, Mr. Speaker, because I wanted Hansa to capture it. It's important. Without sounding legalese, Mr. Speaker, just permit me, and I'm sure a good number of us are familiar with this. Everybody who has done the law of contract. Salomon and Salomon, separate legal entity. So it is a very important point. A contract between Clement Jato and a contract between the Ministry and Anok Holdings Limited. It's like day and night. There's a gulf between them legally. So that's why I pointed it out. It's very important that I did. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the substantive matter, the company, as I've given in my answer, the company originally applied for land at the Aviation City, and I'm sure you are familiar with the Aviation City, at Adenta, to build a residential complex. And when the request was approved, it turned out that there were encroaches on the land. And the company took it upon itself and had an arrangement with the government that they would clear the encroaches, claim the land, and in consideration, they would take land for their service. This is in 2012. The government then found it a good arrangement, and the government approved it. So it was after the company undertook this exercise, and took away the encroaches and reclaimed the land, that the government then felt that we will further engage the same company to reclaim other public lands for us. So that's what happened. And this happened in 2012. The records are here. I have all the letters, the correspondence, and the engagement between the government at the time and this company. I can furnish it to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the question is not answered, and I believe maybe it's because the minister didn't understand the angle. Because you see, if you read paragraph 5, Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, let me just share it with you. It says that, however, since the said land had been heavily encroached at the time, the ministry engaged Aniena International Company Limited to clear encroaches from the land in exchange for parcels of land as consideration. But then when you move further, he again says that the then President John Dramani Mahama contained in a letter dated 29 August 2013, the company was subsequently engaged to finance the construction of 100 residential apartments on the land in consideration of the same 140 acres. So my question is, was the contract to construct residential apartments in consideration for 140 acres, or the contract was to remove encroaches in consideration for 140 acres? But I will leave that and move to another question, because I clearly perhaps you didn't understand it, and because I have only
so it's still your one question.
I will leave, unless
Minister,
it will still be treated as my one question.
You understand it better now. No, let him ask his substantive question, so that in answering
Yes.
you don't have my time. So, Honorable, answer your supplementary question.
Okay, so Mr. Speaker, I'll move to my second question, and maybe when he's answering it, he can throw more light on the first one. Mr. Speaker, the minister, again in his answer, talks about a contract that was entered into with this company in 2018. In 2018, by the ministry. Mr. Speaker, he says, in 2018, the then Minister, Honorable John Peter Amewu, MP, took the view that there was a need to formalize the relationship between the company and the ministry to ensure accountability. On 26 June 2018, the ministry entered into a formal agreement with ENEC Holdings Limited. Mr. Speaker, I have here a publication of an interview with the ministry's PRO in 2019, when the PRO granted an interview to City FM. And the headline is, Land Ministry denies employing Clement Jato to snatch lands. I mean, this was their headline. But I'll go to what the PRO is quoted to have said. He said, Mr. Jato, who claims he has been contracted by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, has allegedly been terrorizing residents. But in a City News interview, Public Relations Officer of the Ministry, Abraham Otabil, insisted that the ministry is in relationship with Clement Jato or his company and will adopt every means to ensure that the matter is settled in an appropriate manner, quote and unquote. This was a denial of the man and his company in 2019. Mr. Speaker, again, the Chief Director of the ministry, only recently in 2022, insisted that the ministry did not have a contract with this company and that it is the Lands Commission, legalities, like the minister was promoting, that it is the Lands Commission that has a contract with the company and not the ministry. Now, Mr. Speaker, the minister himself, that's my substantive question. Mr. Speaker, he's giving the background. Mr. Speaker, the minister himself, in 2021, set up a body to protect public lands. Selling land left and right. And all of this, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to have happened.
Honorable, yes. I mean, the prelude to the questions. So just answer the question.
I'm building up to the question, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying that all of these things happened at the time that the minister said there was a contract with the company. So I want to find out from the minister how he reconciles these developments I have cited. In 2021, he set up a group to protect public lands, and he inaugurated the group in his conference room. And yet, he tells us that this contract with this company has been in existence since 2018 to protect public lands. Mr. Speaker, I want the minister to explain to us how all these, the denials of this company in working with the ministry, fit in his answer today that this contract has been in existence since 2018. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by responding to the first question posed by the Honorable Al-Hassan Surini, Member of Parliament for Tamale North. Mr. Speaker, the simple answer to that question is that the grant of the over 100 acres to the company was consideration for both the construction and the removal of the encroaches. And Mr. Speaker, you hear me say in my answer that it was only after the transaction was to be consummated that the government found out that there were encroaches on the land. And this company said we have the capacity or the capability to reclaim the land, but for consideration. The government then approved of it, and they proceeded to reclaim the land and build the residential complexes. So it was for both. And then subsequently, Mr. Speaker, and more importantly, which is the point, subsequently and more importantly, when the company was successful at reclaiming the land, the government then took the view that they will institutionalize this arrangement of reclaiming lands, public lands, with a company for other lands. And I mentioned some of them. I mentioned Amaria, I mentioned so many of them. And this happened in 2012. Mr. Speaker, that leads me to my second question, or my second answer. Mr. Speaker, and I say this with all the candor I can muster. And Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, I believe colleagues from this side and colleagues from the minority side who have had the privilege of serving in government will probably attest to what I'm about to say. Mr. Speaker, when a question is posed to a minister, and you are a minister worth your salt, you come to the House with unimpeachable, reasonably unimpeachable records. I, as a person, as minister, I'm not a repository of public records. So when I'm coming to answer questions, I secure the records from the statutorily established bodies which keep these records. And so, Mr. Speaker, if the House was, for example, minded for me to furnish the House with all the correspondence relating to this transaction from 2012 to date, I am more than happy to furnish the House with all the correspondence. And the correspondence, Mr. Speaker, please permit me, because this is viewed a bit of controversy. Mr. Speaker, the correspondence are here. I have a letter dated 18 July 2012. A letter dated 18 July 2012, signed by Professor B.K. Banua Yakubu, Chief Director, Ministry of Lands, Chief Director, Lands Commission, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. I have here, Mr. Speaker, a letter dated 27 July 2012, signed by Professor B.K. Banu Yakubu, Chief Director, Ministry of Lands, addressed to the National Security Coordinator. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hands here a letter dated 12 December 2012, signed by Larry Bevulo Lati, National Security Coordinator, addressed to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I have here in my hand by Honorable Mike Allen Hammer, dated 15 August 2012, addressed to His Excellency the President, Office of the President, Castle, Osu. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on and on. So what's the point I'm making? Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, I will not come to do this fact box, concoct records, concoct a story, and come and present it to this august House. I mean, Mr. Speaker, it would be silly on my part to do that. So that is not what is happening. Now, Mr. Speaker, on the specific question, the answer to the question is that what I rely on is the unimpeachable public records. Denial by a company, Ghana Web publication, what somebody has said, what somebody has not said. Mr. Speaker, that cannot, with the greatest of respect, be the basis on which we conduct public business. That cannot be. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be the basis on which we engage in this very respected august House of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we have to engage on public records. So if somebody has said something on Ghana Web, or somebody, the report that the Honorable Suini quoted from, Ghana Web or City Web or whatever it is, Mr. Speaker, I will respectfully invite my respected Honorable colleague to rely on the public records, to rely on public correspondence. And I'm very happy to furnish him with a public correspondence. And Mr. Speaker, I want to submit forcefully that everything I have said, all the statements of facts I've made here, are backed with official correspondence. And I have interrogated them myself. And I'm on terra firma, standing here before this fact box, that every statement I've made is backed by evidence, is backed by official evidence, as I just sought to illustrate that public official ministers, National Security Coordinator, are those who are the center of this transaction. And they did not do it through viva voce. They did it through written documents which cannot be impeached. So finally, on the last question, that I set up a public lands protection unit. So Speaker, yes, I did. And it was chaired by the then Deputy Minister, Honorable Benito Usubio. But yes, I did. But Mr. Speaker, I think there's a distinction which perhaps my friend is not, paying attention to. What is the distinction? That public protection unit that I created at the ministry had oversight responsibility for the protection of all public lands. If they were to go in and reclaim land, and they decided that Anok Holding Limited is the company that had the capacity to reclaim the land for them, that unit or the ministry working through that unit will engage them. And when they engage them, the terms of this agreement will come to play. If they decided that they will use the police, it's a different arrangement with the police. So, Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no contradiction in the establishment of that public office and the work of ANOC. ANOC is providing a service which has been approved by the Public Procurement Authority. If we go to them to secure their service, that is when the terms of the agreement comes to play. Mr. Speaker, let me just conclude by assuring this House that with the greatest of respect and in all humility and modesty, Mr. Speaker, I take my oath very seriously. When I come here and I present documents and I present records and I make statements of facts, I try as much as possible that they are unimpeachable and they are done with integrity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Surini, I'll take your last question. Last supplementary question. But please be straightforward.
Mr. Speaker, let me appeal to the Minister not to consider his integrity under attack. It is a public duty that we are all doing to the state, and it is about just getting the records right and the information accurate. It is not about one's integrity and all of that. But Mr. Speaker, to my final question, even though the Minister talked about me depending on public records, I just want to put on record that, in fact, the letter from the Chief Director is on the Ministry's letterhead, and that's a public record. Mr. Speaker, he has spoken also to the setting up of the group to manage public lands. That's also a public record. And those are the letters, the publications I depended on. I wasn't just dependent on media. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please.
So, Mr. Speaker, to my final question, the minister, please. The minister admits that there's indeed a contract between Mrs. Enoch Holdings Limited. Mr. Speaker, I took the pain to get records from the Registrar General Department on the company. And as part of the activities of the company, Mr. Speaker, it is listed that the company engaged in land protection. Enoch Holdings, as part of the companies they do, according to the Registrar General Department, they engage in land protection. Mr. Speaker, this House passed a law, Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019. Mr. Speaker, Section 7 of that law, 7.5, says that a person shall not directly or indirectly engage a land guard to protect or guard the property of that person or any other person. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Act is the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019. And it is, I can't find it there. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister what he makes of the services this company is said to be providing and the procurement of same, as he suggests, by the Ministry in the light of this act that was passed by this House.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, Again, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, again, I think my honorable colleague is misconstrued or misinterpreted the act he just read. Mr. Speaker, the act he read clearly on the face of it is an act of parliament which criminalizes land guardism, if you want, land guards and vigilante groups and all of that. Mr. Speaker, ANOC Company Limited is not a vigilante group. It's not a land guard group. Mr. Speaker, they do not. They do not employ the services of land guards. They do not employ the services of land guards. They are not a vigilante. Mr. Speaker, and if the honourable member evidence or had reason to believe that this company employs the service and vigilante groups, I think the right thing is to report it to the portrait because that is a criminal act. So, Mr. Speaker, let me just assure this House that the company is not a land guard. I will never be party to such an understanding or arrangement. So, act doesn't apply to the situation we are dealing with here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, I'm inclined to decline most of you because we have a lot of questions. He has a lot of questions. Other ministers are also online to answer questions. You've already spent more than 1 hour. In question time, let me take you to our standing orders 77(2). Question time shall ordinarily not exceed 1 hour. We've already exceeded 1 hour. So Honorable Okujetu Abrakwa, but be snappy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very snappy. Listen to the Honorable Minister. I've really been struggling to find out within me the rationale for this arrangement. Have we become such a failed state that with the entire national security apparatus, Ministry of the Interior, Ministry of Defense, National Security, Police, and all of that, protect state lands, and we now have to engage a private entity to be protecting lands for us? I mean, then we should close down state institutions. I really can't believe this. And Mr. Speaker, in all of this arrangement, no value for money. The minister himself admits that there was no PPA approval, if you look at page 48. And they had to later go for PPA approval, and PPA said they should go and reduce it from 25% to 15%. Financial loss to the state. So, Mr. Speaker, what is going on? Can't the state security apparatus do this work? Do we need private entities to come and remind us of how failed the state has become?
Well. Yes. Can I take another question so that you respond them together? Yes, Honorable Bedawa, let me take your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that the fact that an act is banned by law, if you go to register a company to perpetuate in that act, it doesn't make it legal. So I think that we should be a bit careful when we say that this was a registered and legal company that was doing that. But to my main question, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Parliament needs money. Our mics are all spoiled. Go on. No, I'm good. So he is helping me. So if you look at the last but one paragraph, the minister indicates that under Minister Mike Hammer, the application to the presidency for the executive approval was for the company, for them to lease land for the company to put residential apartments in Greater Accra. That was the application that was made to the presidency. Meanwhile, he also indicates that it is because of the fact that
they realized that part of the land had been encroached upon, and so the company engaged in that. But that was not what they applied for. He indicates that there was a contract that encompassed these two activities. Will he be able to provide the letter that indicates that, one, they needed to clear those encroaches, and two, they needed to put up those, apartments, to be able to combine the two activities? Can he provide that? And he should give us the timeline in producing that to you, so that we all get it. Because all the ministers will come and say, oh, I'll bring a letter, and that ends the story. This one, we want him to give us time, and Mr. Speaker, if he gives the time and you don't, I'll ask you. So that is the reason why I'm asking. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Do you want to also, Minister, let me also take a question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, when this whole transaction concerning this particular land in question begin, I want to ask him when this whole transaction begin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable Minister, you have 3 questions from 3 separate members. Okay, let me take last one from Honorable Ichi Roxanne.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. May you live long. May you live long. Mr. Speaker, the minister is my colleague at the bar.
Are you the senior or junior?
I'm senior to him.
Okay.
By far. By far.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Speaker, Section 7 of Act 999 proscribes any facilitation, any activity concerning land gardening. So, like my brother Eddie Bauer said, the incorporation of a company to engage in land guard activities is unlawful ab initio. So the superintendent minister ought not to have engaged a company of that nature. That being the case, can the minister provide to this house the particular contract in question, the terms of the contract, the nature of the lands that they got, and the nature that the company undertakes this land gardening? This house must know. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And that's the last question. Yes, Honorable Minister, you have four questions to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first on the question posed by Honorable Samuel Kujetu Ablakwa on his worry and his concern. Mr. Speaker, it's a worry and concern I shared when I first came into contact with this arrangement and when I began to interrogate it. It's a concern I shared, and I want to say that to him. Mr. Speaker, second point I'd like to make to his question, and I'm not being sarcastic, but it's just a fact. The questions about what doesn't, that we should close down our state institutions, and so, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, we should have closed them down as far back as 2012, and closed them down as far back as 2014. Mr. Speaker, because as I said, this arrangement began in 2012. Mr. Speaker, no, it's a fair comment. It's a fair comment.
Honorable members, please, you have asked questions. He's responding.
Mr. Speaker, there is another point. There's another point that the Honorable Okujetu Ablakwa posed. Why should we give them 25% of the land? Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid the 25% of the land was approved by President John Dramani Mahama as far back as 2012. And the records are here. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, in all humility and modesty, under the supervision of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we and I led a reduction from 25% to 15%. So I agree with the Honorable Okujetu Ablakwa that it is concerning and we have to interrogate it, But again, and I know that he will not have a difficulty with that we should look at it holistically. We have to look at it holistically. This whole transaction began in 2012 through 2014, and indeed, and the point he made about value for money, which is a valid point. The point Honorable Kudito Ablakwa made is a very valid point about value for money. Mr. Speaker, but I want to report that if I had not taken the decision, Mr. Speaker, if I had not taken the decision to take this transaction to the Public Procurement Authority in 2021, Mr. Speaker, my good friend's worries would have been exacerbated because we would not have an opportunity to interrogate these value for money issues and have the reduction from 25% to 15%. Mr. Speaker, so this is where we are. The second question, which came from Honorable Edward Bauer, about application to the President, and if I can furnish him with the documents to show that the transaction, the two transactions of building the properties and reclaiming the land had any documentation and everything. Mr. Speaker, I have them here actually. I'm very happy to hand them over to him right after this. So I'll furnish it to the House. Mr. Speaker, I'll table it properly. I have the documentation. Mr. Speaker, I have the documentation. Then the question, Mr. Speaker, the question posed by my very respected senior colleague, Honorable Sarah Adjoa Safwa, Member of Parliament for Domiko Abena. Mr. Speaker, the transaction began in 2012, and that is unimpeachable.
Honorable Suhin, please. That was the question Honorable Adjoa Safwa asked. I have asked him to answer all the 4 questions, so he's answering that question. Please.
And so, Mr. Speaker, in 2012, what happened was that the company applied to build a residential complex. Subsequent to that application, the application was approved by the then government. The government found out that there were encroachers on the aviation city land. The company took upon themselves to proceed to reclaim the land. The land was reclaimed. Consideration of more than 100 acres was granted to the company. The government got so satisfied with this arrangement that Honorable Mike Hammer then got into an arrangement with the company for them to reclaim all lands. So that's the beginning, that's the genesis, and that is how this transaction began. It began in 2012, and President Mahama approved it. Mr. Speaker, on the question posed by Honorable Dafia Mako, land guards and the contract in question. Mr. Speaker, the response I have to give is that I associate myself with his concern, the concerns of land guards, vigilantism, and all of that. It's a very appropriate question for him to raise, and I agree with him. We need to work and deal with land guards, and I think that it will be a complete travesty of justice, and it will be most unfortunate if the Ministry of Lands, who should be fighting against land guards, is engaged in land guardism. But I want to assure him in this House, Mr. Speaker, the transaction we have, Anok Holdings Limited, they are not engaged in land guardism. They do not have a land guard. They do not use land guard. In some cases, Mr. Speaker, they collaborate with state security agencies, such as the Ghana Police Service. They do not use land guards. They are not involved in any vigilante activity. And I'm happy and prepared to furnish this House and furnish Honorable Dafia Mapa the contract which was signed between the ministry and the country. I can do that this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, after honorable members, we move. Yes.
Speaker, if you may indulge me, I find portions of the minister's answers extremely interesting. and very revealing. Speaker says, amongst other things, that this whole enterprise of approval of a certain 25% under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and also the fact that it started in 2012. I found that very interesting. I wish to know from the minister, would he be able to give us evidence to this within a space of a week? Furnish this house evidence to this declaration within a space of a week. I want it in a week. I'm asking the question. Are you the minister? I seek your leave.
Allow him to ask the question.
Well, honourable members.
May I seek your leave for you to direct that the minister furnish the House evidence to this whole 25% and the fact that it happened in 2012. I find this a very interesting enterprise. And I see my colleagues are not happy. I see you are not happy. Can the minister furnish us with the evidence?
Honorable, I will ask you to hold on. Let me go through your questions. Probably some of your answers may also demand further information, so that if I'm directing that you come out with certain documentary, then I do it holistically. So for now, just hold on with honorable and not on press question. Let me proceed with the rest of the questions. You still want to answer? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, this is the contract. There it is. Mr. Speaker, hold on. The contract was signed by Professor Bruce Bannon Yakubu, Chief Director, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, Jato Clemens signed for Anok Holdings. Mr. Speaker, witnessed by Chief Director, Gifty Manono Bonham, Saliva K. Manshu, witness for Clement Jato. The contract is here, November 2014. I'm happy to table it and table it through the right procedure. I have my evidence, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, what I'm saying is, he has about 5 other questions.
Speaker, we have
honorable members. I'm saying I'm going to ask him to table it, but all the documents are in one file. Let him finish answering his questions. Please allow me to go on. What is this? Senior Ahi, no, you resume your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is not enough. It's not enough for the minister to read some names to us. I don't trust what he read. Can he table it now for evidence? It is not enough.
So, Honorable Ahi,
can he table it now?
If he puts his here, how is he going to answer the rest of the questions?
The contract is a different from the other contract.
All his answers are with him.
No. This is a different contract. Minister, can you table it now?
Okay.
I don't trust your readings.
Okay.
Speaker,
Honorable Leader, I am in control.
Yes, you are in control.
So allow me to manage the House.
The minister has indicated abundantly that he's ready to table it. He is ready to table it. You are not comfortable. He is ready to table it.
Honorable members, let's go on with the questions. You take your time and remove those ones. You want to table it now? Okay, table it now.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise to table the contract I referred to in my answer posed by Honorable Al-Hassan Soini, Member of Parliament for Tamale North. And, Mr. Speaker, to table is to table an agreement between the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and ANOC Holdings Limited. And this is it, Mr. Speaker. And that contract was signed by November 2014, was signed by the Chief Director and Jato Clements, and they were witnessed accordingly. I so table, Mr. Speaker. 4 hours evidence-based.
Yes, honorable members, we move to question 1967.
Mr. Speaker, no.
Honorable members, we move to question 1967.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Yao
Mr. Speaker.
Komado, Akan.
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
Akan constituency.
No, Mr. Speaker, there's a 2018 agreement.
Honorable.
Check page 47 of the minister's response. There's a and a 2018 agreement that you referenced.
Nobody has requested that.
Page 47.
Their request.
Oh, page 47. Oh, page 47. A 2018 agreement between John Peter Amewu and the company. 2018 agreement. Page 47.
Yes. Honorable member.
Submit all the documents.
Honorable member, if you are now requesting, tell me you are now requesting.
Yes.
My understanding was to challenge honorable minister with respect to the agreement that was signed in 2012 and 2014. That was my understanding. He has finished that one here.
Mr. Speaker, I referred him to the approval of the executive approval, which was in August 2012, and I asked him whether he will be able to produce that in terms of as to whether it combines both the residential apartments and the clearing of the encroached lands, and he said yes, he had it. So he's reading the 2014 document. That is not it. So that's why we're asking him to give us that. And he has indicated that he has it. He should bring everything.
Available leader, you are not able to control your backbench.
Speaker, with respect, we are supposed to help you guide the House. Speaker, my question was, if the minister was ready to table this evidence, and he answered in the affirmative, and he has done exactly that. Speaker, we have gone beyond the 1 hour stipulated time. We should be proceeding to the next question.
Yes, honorable leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I have listened to the answer emanating from the minister and it's in the Hansard. Indeed, he makes reference to 2012 document as well as 2014 and 2018. So if he has tabled the 2014 one, there is nothing wrong if a request is made to the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to the minister to table the 2012 as well as the 2018 documents.
I don't think this is difficult. Honorable Adjosafo, probably they are now requesting because my understanding was the request of 2012 and 2014. If now you are demanding 2018, I don't think it will be out of place.
Mr. Speaker, we humbly request for the 2012 and 2018 document to also be tabled equally.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think that you are being overly lenient. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the specific question that was asked by the Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Anodom Trey, was to ask the minister whether he had a specific agreement that was signed in 2014.
Exactly.
And the minister answered in the affirmative he has that document. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side have proceeded asking for further and better particulars. Mr. Speaker, you can clump all of that together. A specific question was made
was asked requesting for a specific document, and the minister has tendered in the document. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is only fair that the subsequent ones being asked, which was not part of the initial question that was asked by the Chief Whip, you ask the minister whether he has it here and whether there's time for him to tender it in. But they can't follow it up with the 2014 and clap it together. No, Mr. Speaker.
Even threatening.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with Honorable Adjua that you are being.
Honorable members, the House is run by order. You can't just get up and be speaking. Please. I called him. Honorable Minister, can you provide us with 2018? But why don't you allow me? I'm asking him. What is this? Yes, before then, let me go to Honorable. Yes, I could see he's going through his files, so let me.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, we have to be conscious of the fact that what we are doing is in public. We cannot have a house where everybody is talking. It's important for us to observe our own rules. So if you want to talk, you have to go through the procedure to catch the speaker's eye, and you'll be called and you make your statement. It is also important that the minister has filed some documents. If they are short of your expectation, you make an application for that which you want to be filed as well. So we cannot always be talking. If I was also talking when we were talking, who will listen to the other? It's important that we bring decorum to this house also. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
You. Very well. Okay, let me hear the senior member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I am equally worried about the behavior of some of us in this house. This is the Parliament of Ghana, and school children come here every time to learn from us. There are rules to be followed. The available leader had requested something from the minister to provide. The minister, the speaker had asked the minister if he could do so. He is going through his file. If he can provide the answer, it satisfies him. If he can't provide the answer now, I think a time will be given to provide the answer. We don't need to split hairs over this. And Mr. Speaker, as you rightly said, Order 77 says that question time shall not ordinarily exceed 1 hour. Please, so if the speaker is guiding us on what questions and when to pause, let us respect the chair in order that we can achieve the purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senior member, you also talk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, we are here to do our job. Nobody is here to undermine anybody. We are only seeking for appropriate documents from the minister. The minister, there are 3 documents that he has referred to in his answer. Now, he has quickly tabled the 2014, we are asking him to do same with 2012 and then 2018, which you have asked him to provide them. Can you please, Mr. Speaker, ask him to respond to your request so that we can proceed, and let my colleagues over there stop this pious attitude, as if they are angels. We are all here to work to make sure that
Honorable Samson, for that one, he was just advising all of us. You see, for the good of the house.
Mr. Speaker,
No. I know where you are landing, and I think
if I say you are pious, are you not happy that you are referred to as pious? Are you not happy that you are referred to as pious? Huh? Are you a chaotic man? You should be happy when somebody refers to you as angel or pious.
You've heard you.
So, Mr. Speaker, direct the minister those documents, and then we'll be free to continue.
You've heard you. Yes, Minister. I hope you have the documents to table for especially the 2018 one.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the answer I gave, and if you look at the answer carefully, I did indicate that sometime in the year 2012, Anani International Company Limited, whose chief executive is Clement Jatu, applied to the Ministry for land to develop commercial and residential complexes in the Greater Accra region. The then minister addressed the letter to the president, got executive approval, and in consideration of that, he was to get 172.8 acres. Mr. Speaker, it was when this was done, when the application was lodged and granted, that they found that there were encroachers on the land. The company went ahead and reclaimed the land. And I said, subsequent to that, in 2014, a contract was signed between the ministry and Anyok Holdings, which is what I have tendered. And so if you ask for correspondence relating to the transaction of acquisition of the land and the encroachers for 2012, I should be able to provide that, but not a contract for the larger country's reclamation of land. So that is point number one. Then I said, following the 2014, Minister Amewu also came in and signed a contract of 2018, which is what you are asking for. Unfortunately, I do not have that contract here with me. No, hold on. Mr. Speaker, and I say this with I want to put this on record, Mr. Speaker. I will finish this house with the 2018 contract. I think I can finish it even tomorrow. It should be in the records of the Lands Commission. So I will finish it. And there's absolutely nothing to hide at all. Mr. Speaker, that is really what it is.
Very well. So we should give you by the close of this week. You have them. He said tomorrow. I'm saying by the close of this week. So my ruling is to finish the house by the close of the week. That is my ruling. We return to question 1967. 1967. Honorable Member for Akan. Honorable Member for Akan. Yes.
Yeah, Mr.
Honorable Gumadu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what the ministry is doing to ensure an early exploration of iron ore discovered at Wawasu and its environs in the Akan constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Jamurume Wawaso Mountain Range within the Akan constituency was earmarked for iron ore exploitation in 2017 as part of measures to promote and develop an integrated iron and steel industry in the country. Since then, work has been ongoing to complete exploration and hopefully move to exploitation. I want to assure the Honourable Member for Akan constituency and indeed the good people of Ghana that government will continue to work with all stakeholders to move this project forward and unleash prosperity for our people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Gomado, any supplementary question?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I've read about 8 paragraphs of answers from the minister, which we, the people of Akan, or the area that the exploration is going on, are not aware. What we see is private organizations coming there and living and claim they are doing prospecting activities without involving the chiefs and the people of the area. I want to find out from the minister if he's aware that the land that they are exploiting or carrying out the prospecting activity is owned by people. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my good friend and colleague member that I will work with him and other stakeholders to ensure that we achieve just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me give you.
Mr. Speaker, I think I don't have any question for him.
Thank you very much. This constituency specific. I wouldn't extend it to anybody. So we turn to question 1984. Question 1984. And Honourable Member for Sisala West, Honourable Mohammed Adam Sapalu. Honourable, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, how many timber rights have been converted into timber utilization contracts as per Timber Resources Management and Legality Regulation 2017 LI 2254. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Timber Resources Management Act 1997, Act 547, which came into force on 18th March 1998, regulates the grant of timber rights. Under Section 1 of the Act, no person shall harvest timber in Ghana unless, quote, he holds timber rights in the form of a timber utilization contract, end quote. Following the promulgation of these regulations and on the recommendation of the Forestry Commission, 156 concessions and leases were converted into timber utilization contracts in accordance with Act 547 and LI 2254. On 31st March 2022, Cabinet at its 26th meeting granted approval for these TUCs to be laid before Parliament. However, as at the time of laying the TUCs before Cabinet, some of them had expired. Accordingly, a total of 148 converted TUCs have been laid before Parliament for its consideration and ratification in accordance with Article 268 of our National Constitution and Section 9 of Act 547. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to humbly call on this august work on the ratification processes as it will further support our efforts at curbing deforestation and forest degradation arising from illegal harvesting of timber. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Sapol, are you okay with that? You are yielding to Honourable Suini? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister too for his answer. But going through it, is it the case, therefore, that we do not have any, if you like, timber utilization contract is it the case that we don't have any timber utilization contract in the country, given the fact that Parliament has not yet ratified any of those presented before the House?
Did you understand the question? Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very much like the mining sector, when you have a timber utilization contract, the Constitution requires that you seek and obtain parliamentary ratification, just as if you have a mineral right. So that is a process that is ongoing. A number of timber utilization contracts have been executed, but they will be perfected only when Parliament ratifies them. And that's where we are, which is why I said a number of them have been placed or laid before Parliament for ratification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So yes, they are timber utilization contracts, but they are not perfected until and unless Parliament ratifies them.
Thank you very much. Honorable, I wouldn't give you that. No. Honorable Sapal, let me come to you in the question 1985. But before that, are you a member of the Lands Committee?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I could sense it from the questions. So take the question 1985. Oh, I see. I could deduce it from the question. So take the question 1985.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources how much stampage fees have been realized from timber rights holders since 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, between 2017 and 2022, a total of 221,852,276 Ghana cedis and 60 pesos of stampage fees have been collected. The yearly statistics of stampage fees collected are as follows. 2017, 16,218,861. 2018, 22,527,867. 2019, 42,583,906. 2020, 43,852,269. 2021, 47,271,755. 2022, 49,397,614, making a total, as I say, Mr. Speaker, of 221,852,276 Ghana cedis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. I hope there's no supplementary question. So, Honorable Minister, you take your last question 1998. 1998. It means we are going back to Katie Sound. Honorable Jifa Gomesh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what compensation has been extended to the relatives of persons who lost their lives in the lagoons and concession site of the Kensington Industry Limited of India.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Seven Seas Salt Limited, formerly Kensington Industries Limited, was granted a 15-year restricted mining lease on 29 December 2011 over an area of the Tidal Lagoon measuring approximately 6,004.48 acres to expire on 28 December 2026. As part of its operations, the company constructed dikes along the boundaries of its concession. On Saturday, 17 September 2022, however, an unfortunate incident occurred where a mother and her three children who were fishing close to the company's concession site drowned in the lagoon. This was after one of the children accidentally slipped into the lagoon. Attempts by the others to rescue him led to all four drowning, leading to their untimely death. Following the incident, the Minerals Commission undertook a thorough investigation into the matter and submitted a report which is being implemented. Mr. Speaker, in respect of compensation, information available to the ministry shows that the company made some initial payments to the family through the district assembly and the assemblymen for the area. The company also procured the service of a psychologist to assist the family, particularly the husband and father of the deceased person. While the money paid to the family through the district assembly has been received, the ministry understands that the family has refused to take the money paid to them through the assemblyman based on advice given by the family to the family. The family has subsequently, through the administrators of the deceased person, commenced an action against the company at the High Court, Denu, in a suit titled Atisu Amenu and two others versus 7 Seas Salt Limited and another, suit number C8/02/2024, commenced on 30th August 2023. Mr. Speaker, As the matter is now sub judice, the ministry and the commission's involvement in the matters to do with compensations are very limited. The ministry will, however, continue to explore avenues of ensuring that adequate, fair and just compensation is paid to the family and dependents of the deceased. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes, Honorable Gumeshi.
Mr. Speaker, the question was about persons that lost their lives in the lagoons. The answer speaks only to one family. I'd like to bring to your attention, Honorable Minister, that about 8 people have lost their lives there, and not just the family. So perhaps you may want to do further clarification on this issue and not seek compensation for only the one family with the children. I don't have a second question for you, except to say, Honorable Minister, that the disaster that has gone on in the area where this salt mining has been occurring is one too many. It's one too many. And the attitude of the company towards the people when this disaster happens is unacceptable. So my final, Mr. Speaker, my final comment on this would be to ask the Minister what efforts you are making to ensure the safety of my people. It's crucial. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And that's the last question, answer.
Mr. Speaker, in the circumstances, I think the best approach I should adopt is to engage my senior colleague, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Ketusa, for us to fashion out a way forward in getting an amicable, long-standing solution to this situation. But I will express my big sympathies, condolences to the families, and say also that we will do everything possible to ensure that they get compensation and also they get relief. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, on behalf of the House, let me thank the Minister exceedingly. He's been on his feet for almost 2 hours to answer questions from members. Honourable Minister, we are grateful to you. You are hereby discharged. Are we?
Speaker, we proceed to 621. Question 621.
Yes. Honourable members, we've already used 2 hours. So this question, yes, Honourable
Mr. Speaker, I want to come through Order 93. I want to invoke Order 93 about on matter of urgent public importance about tidal wave in Keta, Ketu South, and Ango. I'm coming through Order 93, Mr. Speaker, with your permission.
Honourable Member, you are entitled, but if I can plead with you to do that tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll give you the opportunity to do that. You are entitled to do that, but I think you should have done that even before the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. So for an emergency situation, I will admit it. But looking at the circumstances, the minister's already. So let's make it tomorrow. If we get to statement, then.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yes. So so. Honourable Member, we move to question 621. But please, we are all tied, so let's make it snappy. Question 621. Nalalugu. When I say we are all tied, I'm not saying we have so many other things to do. So it's not only questions that. Nanarugu MP, yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have the authority of the Member of Parliament for Nanarugu Gambada to ask his question with your approval, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what plans the Ministry has for the culverts on the roads in the following communities: Mozio, Duni, Jawani, Zanduala, Atari, Za-Ari, and Nagbo, Tubzia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the following roads: Mozuo, Duni, Zawani, Zandua, Latari, Nzari. The background: the above roads are gravel or air surface feeder roads in poor condition located in the Eastman Crucial District of the Northeast region. Currently, there are no programs on the road. The Speaker, engineering studies and conditions survey will be carried out on the roads by the second quarter of 2024 to determine the interventions to be carried out on the roads. However, the implementation of the interventions will be considered subject to funds. On Nagbo Tubzia, the road is a gravel air surface with most sections in poor condition. The road is 4.5 kilometers long and located in the East Mamprusi district of the Northeast region. Currently, there is no program on the road. Mr. Speaker, engineering studies and conditions survey have been carried out on the Nagbo Tubzia road for rehabilitation. However, implementation of the interventions will be considered subject to availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity once again. May I know from the Minister whether the road was designed and awarded without culverts, taking into consideration the construction of culverts? Because it is indicated in your answer that indeed it was gravelled with surface. Does that mean that it was done without culverts?
Yes, Minister, did you get his question? I should ask him to repeat the question.
If our colleague could speak into the microphone. Indication from the Minister is like he didn't hear the question. If you could please, Honourable, speak into the microphone, please.
Honourable Member, repeat the question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ministers indicated that the roads are gravelled on earth surface, and I want to find out whether it was designed and awarded without taking into consideration the construction of culverts.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, normally all these roads are designed with culverts interventions considered, but I do not have the very details for this particular one. So I can come back and brief my honourable member when I get another opportunity. Thank you.
Well.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, from the answer, it presupposes that a road was awarded to a contractor, a 4.5 kilometer road without culvert. What kind of roads? And is the minister working with professionals in his ministry that a road will be awarded and not taking into consideration the construction of culverts, Mr. Speaker?
Well, I think he has given you the answer, that he will find the details and...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. We should appreciate the fact that he just moved into that ministry. So we move to question 632. Edward Bauer. 632. Karachi East. Honorable Wisdom Gidisu. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have permission of the honourable member to seek your leave to ask the question on his behalf. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if I may do so. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the feeder roads in the following communities in the Karachi East municipality will be reconstructed and tarred for easy transportation of goods and services. 1. Esukoko to Edumedum Domabim Road, Pari to Cement Azizakwe Road, and Tokrano to Airafi Battle. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Esukoko Edumadum Domabin, it's a 24-kilometer engineered feeder road located in the Karachi East district of the Oti region. It is a gravel road in poor condition. Contract for the upgrading of the first 12.3 kilometers of the Esukoko Edumadum Domabin feeder road commenced on the 11th of April 2018 and was scheduled to be completed by 27th June 2020. The overall physical completion date is estimated at 10%. The contract has stalled. Warning letters have been issued to the contractor to remobilize to the site by the end of the first quarter of 2024, failure of which the contract will be terminated for re-award. Engineering designs for the remaining section, which is at 12.3 kilometers, has been conducted on the road. However, the implementation of the intervention will be considered subject to availability of funds. On Pari Cement Azizakwe, the road is captured in the Department of Feeder Road database as Kotokojani Azikoi Feeder Road. It is a 17.6 kilometer long and located in Karachi East district of the Oti region. The road leads to fishing and farming communities. The contract for the rehabilitation of the first 12.6 kilometers of the Pari Cement Azizakwe Road commenced on the 23rd of December 2020. The scheduled completion date was 24th December 2021. The contractor took possession of site in February 2021 but failed to commence with the works. The contract will be repackaged for award after termination, whilst engineering studies will be conducted for the remaining 5 kilometers for consideration, subject to the availability of funds. On Tokrano Erefia Bato. It is a 5-kilometer engineered feeder road located in the Krachi East district of the Oti region. The road leads to fishing and farming communities. Currently, there is no program on the road. Engineering design studies and cost estimates will be undertaken by the end of the second quarter 2024. The execution of the works will be considered subject to availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, one supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, these are 4 major areas. Mr. Speaker, may I have a supplementary respect of it? Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister in his own answer noted that these rules lead to fishing and farming communities. And so these are rural areas that if these rules are made motorable, they will help to improve, at least, if not services, the cut from the farming communities to the market centers. And I share your concern that you have inadequate funds to at least tar the roads. Will you consider grading them, making them motorable, reconstructing, making it motorable for the people to travel on in the interim in respect of each of the communities, so that your answer can be a source of assurance to the people, so I don't have to come back?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I share the concern of my colleague who asked the question, and since it's also an important area leading to a farming community, I will have a discussion with the officials and see what is feasible. Okay, thank you.
Speaker, thank you very much.
We now turn to Pulu East. Honorable Dr. Kwabadonko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Yeji, Vutudeke, Kruncha, Break and Tail rules will be worked upon.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the Yeji, Vutudeke, Kruncha, Blekente, it's a 6-kilometer long and is located in the Pru East district of the Bono East region. The road is partially engineered in poor condition. Currently, there is no program on the road. Engineering studies will be carried out on this road by the end of the second quarter of 2024 to assess the appropriate interventions. The execution of works will be considered subject to the availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kwabadonko. I'll give you one supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hear the Minister saying that the execution of the works will be considered subject to the availability of funds. I will want to find out from the Minister whether the engineering studies that will be carried out in the second quarter is also subject to this availability of funds.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that as far as engineering studies are concerned, there is enough funds to be able to do that. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, let's turn to question 951. Question 951. Pristia Huniveri, Honorable Robert Wisdom Kujo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways, steps taken by the Ministry to replace the narrow-rusted metal bridge over River Bonsa at Wasankran in the Pristia Municipality.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Agboso-Wasankran Road is located in the Pristia Valley Municipality of the Western Region. A steel bridge located at 18 kilometers on the road is confirmed to be old and will require due assessment. Currently, there is no program on the road, but the bridge unit of the Department of Tidal Road has visited the site and carried out an assessment of the existing bridge. As a matter of urgency, the Department of Tidal Roads will replace the bridge deck, repair minor structural defects, and paint the bridge within 2 months to restore temporary access across the bridge. In the medium term, Mr. Speaker, the department will program to install a new Bailey Bridge and realign the road subject to availability of funds. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable, I'll give you one supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Since you said one supplementary question, I'm making 2 questions at the same time. Mr. Speaker, you said within, as a matter of urgency, within 2 months, you are going to restore temporary access to the bridge. I want to know when the 2 months is starting. Is it today or when the question was filed? The other question is that you say that there's no program on the road. I want to know from the minister what has happened to the Cocoa Road program in 2016 that constructed 15 covered bridges from Wasankran to Tinkinim. What was left was just to show the approaches to make the road accessible for motorists. Up to date, contractor is not on site, approaches have not been filled, vehicles cannot use the road. What has happened to that program?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not have information on the particular road he is referring to, but I can come back to the floor to give details at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Very well. So let's turn to Honorable Kwame Abuja, Adaklu. Adaklu, question 1177. Yes. Yes, Honorable Ichi.
Speaker, I have the authority of the sponsor of the question to seek your leave to ask on his behalf. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways whether staff who used to collect road and bridge tolls have been reassigned and they're still receiving their remuneration since the suspension of the collection. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there were a total of 38 number bridge and road toll stations across the country. Out of this number, 18 were managed by the Ghana Highway Authority, while the remaining 20 were managed by MS Toll Routes and Management Limited, TRML, a private entity. The total number of workers employed by the toll stations were 661, out of which 195 were employed by the Ghana Highways Authority, and 466 were employed by the private entity, TRML. The Speaker, out of the
Ghana Highway Authority workers, 92 persons, or 92 were persons with disabilities. Out of the 466 employed by TRML, 190 were persons with disabilities. A total of 282 workers were with disabilities. A total of 281 workers with disabilities were employed to man the toll booths. 103 Ghana Highway Authority workers have been reassigned by the authority to their former positions, and they are receiving remunerations, whilst 282 persons with disabilities, through the initiative of the Ministry of Road and Highways, are being considered for employment with the Youth Employment Agency. The remaining 276 were employed by the TRML, the private entity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll give you one supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, this is such an important matter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has indicated that from the 103 Ghana Highway Authority staff who have been reassigned and are on remuneration, the remaining 276 were employees of the TRML private entity. Mr. Speaker, has there been any arrangement regarding the employment status of these persons who were with the TRM private entity? Because the suspension, later we got to know that it wasn't termination, it was a suspension of the collection by the ministry. So if suspension has a place in the agreement between the entity and the ministry, it means that the contract is still in force. So the concern of the sponsor of the question is to know the welfare status of the persons who were doing the collection. So can the minister provide some information regarding the 276 who work with TRM and which contract is not terminated but has been suspended in terms of the collection? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, there are plans, for instance, to work with the Youth Employment Agency to find some opportunities for persons with disabilities. Those with TRML is a private entity, and at the moment that's the information I have. But I think it's something that we can look into and see to do to also help these 276 former employees of the private entity. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. In the Minister's presentation, he made reference to the private entity that engaged some of the toll booth workers. Will he confirm to us that those people under the private sector were disengaged properly under the Labour Act? What I mean is that were they paid any redundancy benefits? And two, those 282 that are being considered under the Youth Employment Agency, can we have some indication as to when that will be done? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, I do not have much information about the 276 employees with the private entity. And I can come back and give further details on that. I've already mentioned that. On timelines regarding the opportunity that we are looking for those with disabilities together with Youth Employment Agency, I cannot give timelines at the moment, but as you can see, I've just assumed office. But I'm aware that the ministry officials have been engaging actively with the Youth Employment Agency, and I'm very hopeful that very soon you'll find a solution to that. Thank you.
Available leader will be coming to you after this question. So why do you want to submit it? Let him take it from.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister if he doesn't consider it unconscionable that for almost 3 years, these persons with disabilities have been abandoned to their fate and are not being catered for. I recall your predecessor assured the nation that they will all be catered for. We are hearing now that you are now considering something under YEA for them. Since November 2021, is this not unconscionable? And can you assure this House that you will remedy this injustice? These are persons with disability, and we have to do better than we are doing as leadership collectively. This should not continue.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I share the concern of my honourable member, Honourable Samuel Kujoktu, and I think that he's right that we should do something about it. I've been in office barely 3 weeks, and I can assure you that I will pay attention to this, okay, and try and resolve this matter once and for all. Thank you.
Well. Now we come to, for you, I can't deny you, a member for, disability. Yes, so I can't deny you.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker, for your magnanimity. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister whether he is aware that the promise made by his predecessor to the House included paying the persons with disability who lost their sources of livelihood when the toll booths were closed down. And if it is, what arrangements are being made to pay them whilst they are still waiting to be reassigned?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of that promise, but when I go back to the ministry, I'll find out if indeed that was the case, and I will work with officials to find the solutions to that. Thank you.
Very well. You see, when you are tired, you appreciate short answers. Minister, I appreciate your answers. So we turn to question 1362. Question 1362. Honorable Available Leader, Andrew Darich Wati.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following roads will be constructed. I, Yipala Babaniro, I, Sola Digoro Yiri, I, Kalba Kulubi, IV, Kalba Uro, V, Kalba Gakon, VI, Nakpala Dendepere, VI, Blama Chobrete, and VI, Tona da Complayiri Doliri. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Yipala Bubulyanru It forms part of the 10-kilometer unengineered feeder road, which starts from Yipala and traverses several other communities, including Bubanyaro, and joins the midsection of Gidambuo Pori feeder road, which is 20 kilometers. Currently, there is no program on the road. Engineering design studies and cost estimates will be undertaken by the end of the second quarter of 2024 to determine the necessary intervention to be made. However, the execution of the works will be considered subject to availability of funds. On Sola Digoroye, the road is a 14-kilometer unengineered feeder road located in the Sola Tuna Kaba district of the Savannah region. Currently, there is no program on the road. Engineering design studies and cost estimates will be undertaken by the end of the second quarter of 2024 to determine the necessary intervention to be conducted. The execution of the works will, however, be considered subject to the availability of funds. On Kaba Kobe is an unengineered feeder road located in the Sola Tuna Kaba district of the Savannah region. Currently, there is no program on the road. Engineering design studies and cost estimates will be undertaken by the end of 2024 to determine the necessary interventions. The execution of the works, again, will however be considered subject to availability of funds. On Kaba Uro is an unengineered road not captured in the database of the Department of Feeder Roads. It is located in the Sola Kuba Tuna Kaba district of the Savannah region. Full data gathering will be initiated within the second quarter of 2024 to enable the capturing of the road and its attributes into our database. Engineering studies and cost estimates will then be undertaken after the field data gathering by the end of the second quarter of 2024 to determine the necessary intervention. The execution, however, will be considered subject to availability of funds. On Kaba Kakum, which is a 23.3 kilometer inter-district road linking the Sola Tuna Kaba district of the Savannah region to the Ward district of Upper West region. It is an engineered road, but in very poor condition. Currently, there is no program on the road. Engineering designs will be conducted on the road by the end of the second quarter of 2024 to determine the necessary interventions. The execution of the road will be considered subject to availability of funds. On Nakwala Dandapere, which is located in the Sola Tuna Kaba district of the Savannah region, the road is not captured in the database of the Feeder Roads Department. Currently, there is no program on the road. A field data gathering will be initiated within the second quarter of 2024 to enable the capturing of the road and its attributes into our database. Engineering design studies and cost estimates will be undertaken after the field data gathering by the end of the second quarter of 2024 to determine the necessary interventions. And again, Mr. Speaker, the execution of the works will, however, be considered subject to the availability of funds. On Blema Chubirentin, also located in the Sola Tuna Kaba district of the Savannah district, the road is not captured in the database of feeder roads. There is no program currently going on. Field data will be initiated within the second quarter to enable the capture of the road and its attributes into our database. Again, engineering design studies and cost estimates will be undertaken after the field data gathering by the end of the second quarter to determine the necessary interventions to be made. And again, that will also be based on the availability of funds. The Speaker, on Tuna Dakompilari Doyiri is located also in the Tuna Kaba district, Solar Tuna Kaba district of Savannah region. The road is, however, not captured in the database of the Department of Feeder Roads. Currently, there is no program. Engineering field data gathering will be initiated in 2020, second quarter of 2024. Engineering, design studies, and cost estimates will be undertaken after the field data gathering by the end of the second quarter of 2024 to determine the necessary interventions, and also that will also be based on the availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Andrew, I'll give you one supplementary question. One.
Mr. Speaker, I beg you, not one.
Honorable
two.
Available leader. That's what I've been giving all the.
Mr. Speaker, the minister in his answer, especially the background for Yipala Babanjuro, he indicates that's the current program. He indicates that there's no program on the road. Mr. Speaker, I do know that there's a contractor that is supposed to be working on the road, and the name of the contractor is Indefuso Enterprise. Indefuso Enterprise is supposed to be working on that road. Yipala Babanjuro. So I don't know how minister got his answer, and then he's indicating there's no program ongoing. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would want the minister, or I'll suggest to the minister that he gets in touch with the engineers, especially the regional engineer, and then we see the way forward. My question then is also on the Solar Digoro Road. Before the 2020 elections, there was a contractor on that road. Just after the election, the contractor left site. My question is it that the project has been abrogated? Because under the current program there, you indicated, the contract, has it been abrogated? Because under the current project, you indicated there too that there's no program on the road. Before 2020 elections, there was a contractor on the road. They even built a culvert. But as we speak, they have left site. Is it that the contract has been abrogated?
Very well. Yes, Minister.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the information available to me is that there's no program going on. But the honorable member insists that there was a program just because a culvert was constructed. I mean, it is possible that the contract was for the construction of the culvert, and that was done. I'm not saying that is the case, but it's possible. But I will find out more on this, and I can. You've been in my office. You should have discussed this. It's even a better way of resolving it than bringing me here. Or you want to.
Honourable members, return to question from from Sola. We'll continue on that same route to Laura. Now the turn of Honourable Bedzidin under question 1465.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways, when the construction of the Dikwe Bridge, Mr. Speaker, Dikwe has been wrongly spelled here. I believe it is a typographical error. It should be D-I-K-P-E and not D-I-L-E-P-E. So it should be corrected. When the construction of the Dikwe Bridge in the Laura constituency will commence after the soil cutting which was performed by His Excellency Nana Adudonkwa Akufo-Addo 2020 on the eve of the 2020 elections. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in August 2020, a 65 million euro loan facility was approved by Parliament for the construction and rehabilitation of 3 bridges. The 3 bridges are the Ankobra Bridge over the Ankobra River, Ituri Bridge, which connects Cape Coast and Elmina, and the Dikpe Bridge on the Black Water between Laura and Dikpe. The construction of the new bridge over the Black Water at Dikpe was awarded on November 4th, 2020, and scheduled for completion within 24 months calendar months. However, the government has not been able to reach financial closure on the project. The commencement of the bridge will begin as soon as the government reaches financial agreement with the financiers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable President, I'll give you one supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the answer of the Minister. The truth of the matter is that the Dikpe Bridge is a very important project, not only for the people of the Laura municipality, but the whole of the Upper West region, because of its strategic location. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, since the sword-cutting ceremony in November 2020, we haven't seen any action at all at the site. In fact, the site is overgrown with weeds, and there is no evidence that any action will be taken. This has been confirmed by the Minister's answer, in the sense that he has indicated that they have not come to any finality in terms of financial agreement with the financiers. Mr. Speaker, my question is, if they have not arrived at any finality in terms of financial agreement, how come that the contract was awarded? I know that in 2020 it was an election year, and His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo wanted to have a second term, so he wanted to give a certain type of impression. Particularly so, his darling boy, the former member of Parliament for Laura, Honorable Anthony Abayofe-Akabo, was contesting me, and so they needed to do something in order for him to be able to win the election. So they hurriedly cut the sword for the commencement of work. And yet, 3 years, no work has been done. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out, the Laura Dikpe project, has it fallen into abeyance, or we are going to have the work done? That's the question I want to find out from the Minister. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has spoken a lot. Many of them have political undertones. But I'm not here as a political actor. I'm here as a Minister of State. And I have reported that the project is very important to government, and that is why a loan facility was secured, approved by Parliament. They are still currently having negotiations with the financiers. And once we're able to bring closer to the matter, construction will begin. Thank you.
We turn to question 1471. 1471. Honorable Member for Impoho. Honorable Member for Impoho, Honorable John Kobina Aban Abua Sani. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have the permission of the Honorable Member of Impoho to ask the Minister this question. So I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways why the contractor in charge of constructing the Apimenyin Junction to Adansie Road has abandoned the site since 2020, and what plans the ministry has to re-award the contract for works to recommence on the road. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Apimenyin Junction to Adansi, which is a 29-kilometer inter-district road linking Shamar district to Mpoho district of the Western region. It is an engineered road in poor condition. The contract for the upgrading of the road to bitumen surfacing of the first 11.4 kilometers of the Apimenyin and Abutare to Adansie road commenced on the 18th of September 2020 for completion by 17th September 2021. The contractor abandoned site after the completion of site clearing due to financial constraints. 2 warning letters have been issued to the contractor. The contract has been recommended for termination by the end of the first quarter. Engineering studies and cost estimates for the outstanding road section has been carried out. The execution of the works will be considered subject to funds. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Very well. So we turn to question 1578. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Apimenyin Road has been in very bad state for a very long time. We share boundary, Wasa East shares boundary with Mpoho, and we know the state of the road is in a very bad shape. I'm wondering how 11 kilometers could be awarded to be completed in less than 24 months. And the contractor, since then, has never done any meaningful work on this road. My understanding is that it is considered for termination and award. Will the minister please do us a favor to for basic grading of that road from the Shamar Junction there to Adansi? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that can be considered. I will have a discussion with the officials and see what is feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. We turn to question 1578. Central Tongue. Honorable Alexandra Roosevelt. Central Tongue. Yes, North Tongue. Question 1578.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. I rise to ask on behalf of the Honorable Central Tongue MP to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Mafi to Asiekpe Agoe Feeder Road, which has been in a very bad shape for some time now, will be constructed. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Mafi Asiekpe Agoe Road is an engineered feeder road located in the Central Tongue district of the Volta region. The road is in poor condition. Currently, there is no program on the road. Engineering studies and cost estimates will be undertaken by the end of the second quarter of 2024. The execution of works to be considered will, however, be subject
to the availability of funds. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable, I'll give you one supplementary question.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Minister says subject to availability of funds, is there any indication if it can be probably within the next budget cycle, which will happen from the middle of this year onwards, so that we can have some indication? Because, Mr. Speaker, it's a very, very strategic road in that part of the Volta region. So any indication on when you will consider this, possibly in the next budget cycle? I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since we are talking now about funds, I will not be in the position to make a definite statement on that. I will consult with my colleague, Finance Minister, and see if it's possible within the shortest possible time. Thank you.
Very well, let's turn to the last question, 1579. Honorable Member for Kintampo South. Yes, Kintampo South, Honorable Alexander Jan.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have his authority to ask this question. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways, what plans the ministry has to construct the following roads in Kintampo South constituency. I is the Asankwa Ayoba Road and the Sabule Subuno Road. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Asankwa Ayoba, the road is captured in the Department of Federal Roads database as Asantikwa Ayoya. It is a 26.5 kilometer long road and an engineered feeder road in poor condition, which is located in the Kintampo South district of the Bono East region. The road consists partly of gravel and partly sandy riding surface. Currently, a section of the road from 14 kilometers to 15 kilometers has been washed out. Currently, there is no program on the road, but engineering, design studies, and cost estimates will be undertaken by the end of the second quarter of 2024. The execution of West will be considered subject to the availability of funds. The Speaker, on Sabule Subino, it is an engineered feeder road in poor condition and located in the Kintampo South district of the Bono East region. It is a 23.5 kilometer long. The road consists of partly gravel and partly sandy riding surface. Currently, there is no program on the road, but engineering studies, design studies, and cost estimates will be undertaken by the end of the second quarter of 2024. The execution of works will be considered subject to availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, mine is before you wish the Minister well as he goes back. In all his answers, the Honorable Okujato tried it, but I want to look at it in another breath. Almost all your answers to the questions were premised on some words subject to the availability of funds. We know for a fact that the state will never have the envelope of money you require to develop the road infrastructure of Ghana. But as new minister, it's fair to give you opportunity to settle. Can you give this House an assurance that you prioritize the roads that you have responded today? Availability of funds, okay. Will you make them your priority as new Minister for Roads? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I share the concern of the venerable Honorable Aruna Idris. Indeed, all these projects, roads are very important. And as you also recognize that you do not have the funds to do every road at the same time. But what is instructive to note is that there are other roads that are being constructed all over the country. And all these have been prioritized. So it's not the case that you are just doing road drain, that some other roads are even more important. There are even more important roads, with the greatest of respect to my colleagues who asked the questions, that have not been done yet. We, some of us, are committed to finding any ways possible to construct these roads. So I can assure you that all our work is all about priority. We don't have enough funds to do it at the same time, but we prioritize those that are most important. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank the Minister exceedingly for attending upon the House to answer 10 separate questions. So, Honourable Minister, we are grateful to you and you are hereby discharged. Yes, honourable members, it's statement time. It's statement time. Yes.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, relatedly, we have two very urgent questions that are directed at the Minister for Works and Housing. It's been listed as urgent since last week. And this morning, again, is listed as urgent and it's not here to respond. But these are matters that affect the water flood victims. And time is running. Suddenly, the third quarter is gone. So, and people are looking at us for hope. So he should find time and come tomorrow to handle this question, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect.
Honourable member, I think we discussed this at the press sitting. We among ourselves were not happy, but incidentally, the minister is not available. It's not available. So, Honourable Kujoto, let me finish. It's not that you are concerned than all of us. This morning, we had a lot of discussion on this at the press-sitting meeting. And members, both sides, were not happy that the minister is not available. So, I think the majority chief we has taken it seriously. He was talking to the minister on a well harsh tone. So I think let's hold on. The minister will obviously find time to come and respond to that.
Mr. Speaker, one, he has a deputy. And this is no deputy. So where you need deputy, you put deputy. Where you don't need deputies, you put 3 deputies.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker, so I'll leave that matter. I'll leave the matter of the deputies. But the issue is that we need some timelines. Because persons, Mr. Speaker, our constituents who are the heavily affected are looking up to us for the answers emanating from this question. So we need some timeline.
I wish Honorable Anodon were to be here.
We're
because, like I said, this morning we discussed it at length. So let's hold on. Probably when he comes, he will find answer. But
Mr. Speaker, you see, the other matter is that because our other papers are now in cyberspace, they are on our platforms, persons are able to have access to it, and they look at the questions that are being, and they forward it and they are concerned. So tomorrow I see that it's been again listed for as part of the provisional order paper for tomorrow. So clearly, the record will bear that he will not be here tomorrow to also respond to it. So if it's next week, he should try and prioritize. As soon as he returns to the jurisdiction, he should be here to respond.
We look at it. The table members are here. They all witnessed what took place this morning. So I hope. So, honourable members, I'm discharging, but he had decided to sit there for a very good reason. Honourable members, we have a lot of statements, but I'm prioritizing two of them. Our colleague members who are here with us and has passed on. They are going to be buried over the weekend, and I think it's befitting that we pay homage by way of tribute to them. So we have two. So I will take those ones before any other things. So I will invite Honorable Member for Bantuma to read a tribute to the late Honorable Daniel Ochemabuaje, former member of Parliament for Bantuma, who will be buried over the weekend. And we have another one, Honorable Paul Okon, former member of Parliament for Asutifi North and former Ghana ambassador to Egypt. So we are going to take these two. So, Honorable Minister and member for Bantuma, you may read the tribute on your predecessor, Honorable Ochemabuaje.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to share a few words in memory of my dear friend, the late Honorable Daniel Ochemabuaje, the former member of this august House. Principled, intelligent, passionate, and humble. These were the traits of the former member of Parliament for Bantuma, who served from January 2017 to January 2021. The life and contributions of Ata, as he was affectionately called by family and friends, have left an indelible mark on our community and our nation as a whole. The late Honorable Ochemabuaje and I shared a remarkable journey that many people are unaware of. To most, we were sparring partners. However, Ata and I were actually good friends. A friendship that goes back to our days as youth. We both hail from the same community in Bantuma and attended the same secondary school, Osetuche Senior High School in Kumasi, where our path initially crossed. Although he was 3 years my senior, our connection deepened when he became classmate with my older sister, Lucy, and as such, often visited our home. Mr. Speaker, our friendship blossomed, and together with other mutual friends, we founded the Bantuma Students Union, an initiative aimed at promoting educational development within our community. His exceptional aptitude for the subject of economics and government was evident from the start. Not only did I benefit from his knowledge, but I also worked with him to establish a vacation classes program for A-level students preparing for their final exams at the Phillips Commercial College in Bantima, right opposite my family home where I was born and raised. There, Honorable Ochema Boaje was teaching and I was collecting the money. This was when he was pursuing his undergraduate studies at the then prestigious School of Administration at the University of Ghana, Legon, now University of Ghana Business School. After completing his national service, the late Honorable Ochema Boaje successfully pursued a Master of Business Administration program at the Troy University in Alabama. He eventually became a certified public accountant, all in the United States of America. A few years later, I had the opportunity to join him in the United States, as I also pursued a policy and administration program at the Michigan State University. Mr. Speaker, I will forever cherish the memory of him driving all the way from Chicago, Illinois, to East Lansing, Michigan, to witness and celebrate my graduation from graduate school. I remember vividly the conversation we had that night, together with my wife, Juliet, before his drive back to Chicago, when we had deep discussions concerning our shared aspirations for our community, Bantima. Mr. Speaker, it is a public knowledge that the late Honorable Daniel Chem Abuaje and I had our political differences, particularly when it came to the development of our constituency. Despite these differences, our friendship remained unshaken, and we remained close and often exchange ideas on a wide range of issues, including governance, business, and personal affairs. Between us, Mr. Speaker, no respect nor love was lost, even after our contest, and that was a gesture that I still very much cherish. Mr. Speaker, he served on the Finance Committee of this House, and his debating skills was admired by many, as attested to by the Venerable Osei Chemesa-Bonsu. Without doubt, his contributions to parliamentary debate were useful and truly commendable. The late Honorable Ochema Boaje's impressive career extended beyond politics. He was a very successful businessman who established and ran several businesses, such as a savings and loans institution called Mission Group Investment, MGI Investment Limited, and a known transport company, 2M Express, which has created a lot of employment opportunities for many of our people, especially in the Kumasi metropolis. He believed firmly in separating business from politics and family, ensuring that politics, friends, and family did not influence his business decisions. Even during the heat of our political competition, the late Honorable Ochema Boaje would reach out to me occasionally, encouraging me to invest in his business ventures, which underscores his seriousness, or the seriousness he attached to business, regardless, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the late Honorable Daniel Ochema Boaje's enduring legacy and the values he held dear continue to inspire and guide us. He deeply believed in the principles of justice, equity, and fairness, which he demonstrated in every aspect of his life and work. Today, his legacy serves as a beacon of inspiration, not only to me, but also to those who look up to him as a role model. His unwavering commitment to unity and bipartisanship was remarkable. He exemplified how cooperation could transcend political divisions for the greater good. He fostered an environment where unity thrived and the collective interest prevailed. Mr. Speaker, my last encounter with the late Honorable Ochema Boaji was a few weeks before his untimely departure, when we met at a mutual friend's office in Kumasi. Tragically, he passed away a day before I commissioned the 4th AstroTurf pitch in the Bantama constituency within the last 4 years. At the commissioning, Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of naming the new facility in his memory, hence the Daniel Ochema Boaji AstroTurf Park at Ohim Amanfrom in the Bantama constituency. The impact he had on our community and the nation is immeasurable. His enduring legacy and the inspiration he continues to provide will forever remain etched in our hearts. Fare thee well, my dear friend, Honorable Daniel Ochema Boaji. Until we meet again, may you continue to rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, his burial and final funeral rites will be held in his hometown, a small town near Kumasi called Achuma Boko, this coming Saturday, the 16th of March. All members, all well-wishers are welcome to Boko and Kumasi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes. 2-2. Okay. Very well. So let me start with Honorable, the senior most, Honorable Animedu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be quite short. It's unfortunate to witness and view that a colleague and friend, a tribute is paid in his honor. Honorable Ochema Boaji, as I knew him, joined this house on the 7th of January 2017, and I served with him on the Finance Committee. Ochema Boaji was born on 31st of December 1973. At the age of 29 years, Ochema Boaji had his first degree and has had his MBA degree as well. And he was a certified accountant at the age of 30 in 2003, what is normally referred to by the Americans as a CPA. As an entrepreneur, he founded a microfinance company which was known as the MGI, and then later on found the famous 2M Express. Ochema Boaji, whilst he was a member of parliament, never forgot his business, his private business. His bosom friend had alluded to this by the statement that had been given. His contributions in parliament was enormous. He was a strong member of the Finance Committee, and I remember that at SONA and budget debates, Ochema Boaji was fantastic
fantastic in his presentations. He contested again at the primaries, but he lost to his friend who had just read his tribute. It is revealing to hear from the maker of the statement that they continued as friends, even though they were opponents. We are told, Mr. Speaker, that Honorable Ochema Boaje fell sick at his workplace and was carried to the hospital in his own car. Hoping to hear something good from him, we heard the following day that Honorable Ochema Boaje had been called by his maker to come and practice his entrepreneurship in the heavens. We pray that the good Lord keeps him in his bosom until we meet again. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me come to his colleague he used to debate with, Honorable Adongo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is with a very heavy heart that I pay tribute to my departed colleague. Honorable Ochema Boaje was a familiar face anytime I was invited to a TV station to discuss the economy of Ghana. Often he would appear to represent the other side of the house, and we shared a lot of things in common. Mr. Ochema Boaje was a very technically gifted finance person. He knew his stuff, but he was very humorous in the way he presented his arguments. So I remember on one occasion when myself, Honorable Atoforsen, Kojo Ponkruma, and Ochema Boaje appeared at City. The conversation got very tense when Honorable Minority Leader accused the MPP of really engaging in corruption with free SHS. And Ochema Boaje's famous statement was that, are we saying that when his father was paying fees for him to go to school, it was chop chop? And this chop chop became very famous and associated with him. And I believe that Ochema Boaje, not interested in chop chop, wouldn't have built 4 astroturfs if he had the opportunity. He would have definitely sent one to Boga and to other places and leave only 2.
Because he didn't believe in chop chop, he couldn't do 4.
I'm not in any way saying that my honorable colleague building 4 is chop chop. But I'm just trying to say that he was such a person who would offer the support that you need, even from the opposition, if you needed certain things to be delivered in your constituency. Ochema Boaje will step in and engage the minister to support you do what you want. We all know that he was an entrepreneur, and when he commissioned his station in Accra, I think he runs a transport station, M3, he invited me to witness the commission of that terminal. And I want to say that even in his absence, the terminal is doing very well. And one time he reached out to me and asked that he wanted us to collaborate to open a branch in Boga. In fact, at the time he requested to collaborate with Honorable MP for Wa Central to open one in Wa. So when he came to business, he didn't mind whether you were NDC or MPP. All that he believed was that there was value in delivering service to the people, and in the process of delivering that service, you could deliver value and make money out of it. So it came as a shock to some of us when we heard that he had passed on, because we didn't know that he was sick. He was very close to the then chairman of the finance committee,
Honorable Esibe Yabua. And anytime Esibe Yabua needed somebody to provide support to the party in the area of finance, he would always signal Ochema Bwaji to do that. So on this note, Mr. Speaker, I think that all roads must lead to Achuma Boko on Saturday to give our honorable colleague a befitting burial. But we shall miss him as we have continued to miss him. I remember he and Kojo Opon Nkrumah were very, very close friends. And I'm sure Kojo will be struggling today to recognize that the brother is living. But we stand shoulder to shoulder with you on this great loss. And I would want to appeal to our Secretary to continue to serve the memory of our good colleague. And we are very happy that you've already named a major facility after his name. We want to thank you for that gesture. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that my good friend would rest well and will continue to miss him.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Haruna.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, eulogizing a true friend, Ochema Bwaji, technically, financially gifted as observed by the ranking member on finance. Mr. Speaker, I spent this weekend traveling to Abetifi. So when I got to Jolinda Junction in Kumasi, just trying to turn, I saw a huge billboard around the Rango Abandoned Road project at the middle of Swami. I saw a billboard. Naturally, because of his membership of the House, I got attracted to the billboard, and I saw the notice that he would be interred this weekend, 16th March. May I join the Honorable Minister and his colleagues in extending profound sympathies and condolences to his family, and Mr. Speaker, to wish and pray that he rests in the bosom of the Lord. Then, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber, we must learn to appreciate each other, notwithstanding the differences in our politics. Debate is debate. If you are good, as I said, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, I can say this, when I was in government as minister, there were some colleagues who were here, including now exited Minister for Health, the late Honorable Ba Uredu, and Professor Jambafo. Even if I were abroad, I would particularly want to know when they will debate the budget and financial statement. And you know that you are one of such people. And Mr. Speaker, we build bonds of good relationship. I'm not seeing that relationship these days. From 2005 to 2008, I attended a number of funerals on both sides, whether it was an NDC MP passing on or an MPP former MP or NDC former MP. Their participation was not just Parliament and officers of Parliament, but members of Parliament. Today, Mr. Speaker, I don't see that camaraderie reflect when we mourn and are seeing of our own. That family of relationship, of belonging to the House. And Mr. Speaker, it's a small world. Many of us here, sometimes outside this chamber, people look at our relationship. The Honorable and the Apia Kubi were together in Lagos. We battled it differently. Except that he doesn't want to hear, Mr. Speaker. He was very ferocious in wanting to convert me to a certain political thinking. He knows that which I held strongly onto. Because, Mr. Speaker, anytime he was going to President Kufuor, he would invite me, Haruna, together with who is now High Court Judge, Bentu. So, Mr. Speaker, the relationship goes far. But when we come here in our political, and particularly, in times of mourning, one cannot express joy. but for the Honorable Minister to establish the kind of warm relationship that existed between them, and for him in that tone to mourn him. Mr. Speaker, may his soul rest in perfect peace. Anytime, Mr. Speaker, we're debating the budget and financial policy of government, the Honorable Ochima Buaji had certain punchlines. He had certain dedicated punchlines that he dedicated himself to in the debate. So, Mr. Speaker, may his soul rest in perfect peace. Rather, Mr. Speaker, in my reading, death is a messenger of birth. It is said, whether in some physiology of medicine, that death is a messenger of birth. Once you are given birth to, you must prepare to die. But his death is premature, as young person we are grappling with it, even though we don't know who goes when and who goes next. But Mr. Speaker, with a young family, as we said the last time, this parliament must redefine its welfare policy and welfare package for members of parliament. The other time I made a comment on Parliamentary Service Board. If you look at our Parliamentary Service Board, Mr. Speaker, you've been on it. It's about the parliamentary service, not members of parliament. Indeed, myself and the Honorable Chief Mensa undertook some steady visit to South Africa and then to Kenya to study the Parliamentary Commission. A time that in order that we can honor members of parliament well, appreciate what should happen to members of parliament, Ghana probably now needs a parliamentary commission and not a parliamentary service board. A commission that combines the trial of those who serve this house, the speaker, the parliamentary service, and members of parliament. When I say the trial, Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying this, maybe constitutionally we'll think through it. Speaker and deputy speakers of parliament, you are treated, the speaker is treated like he's on retirement, go home. Yet you have an army general who goes home and is on salary, not the speaker, an army general or a police senior officer retires on his salary. Then you have a speaker of parliament whose fate is what is defined by an Article 71 Commission report that the public does not understand. We need to look at it as a country, as part of improving our governance architecture. The speaker, when you see the way the speaker is, Mr. Speaker, I was here with you, and even though it's tribute, Minister, forgive me. You remember even the day we had to decide your own fate as second deputy speaker. We must, as a house, decide that let's honor ourselves within the confines of the Constitution. Legitimate. But, Mr. Speaker, so Ochima Buaji, brilliant debater in this chamber. I can testify to it. And then for colleagues to zero themselves, there are too many jacks of all trades in the Parliament of Ghana. No. Ochima Buaji chose finance and economy. He narrowed himself to that. Maybe the Honorable Ajua Safo, you won't die now anyway. I'm saying you want to narrow yourself to matters of rule of law and justice. Narrow yourself and governance. And then have a niche to yourself. Honorable Ablakwa is specializing in a particular area of oversight. He wants to do scandals. Let him do it well and thoroughly. So, Mr. Speaker, Ochima Buaji, may the soul rest in perfect peace. And Mr. Speaker, may this House encourage itself that this is the time we need each other most. And then, Mr. Speaker, finally, to raise a controversy. Those of you who enjoy going to funerals sending envelopes, me, I don't enjoy that. Physical presence is important. Why? You want when you die, me to actually send an envelope. Then who will bury you? You always need somebody to be physically present for the process of burial. But what we enjoy is Mabuano. Mabuano means I've helped him. I send money. No. Touch the heart of the person and touch the heart of the brave. If we can, we should always demonstrate some physical presence to let both members of parliament and affected staff of the parliamentary service feel that they are part of the pride of a democracy, which is the Parliament of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Honorable, before I come to you. Yes, Honorable Andy Apiakobi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Minister for Works and for Road and Highway now. Mr. Speaker, the deceased Honorable Ochema Boaje and myself were alumni of the University of Ghana Business School. In those days, during student debates, he will represent the undergraduate class and I will come by speaking for the graduate class. We were very good friends there, and also he was a member of the NPP youth on campus of the University of Ghana, just as Honorable Harina was also mobilizing the NDC group in Lagos. Notwithstanding our ideological differences, though, all of us were very good friends because I was also a member of the Faculty of Sociology as the Honorable Harina Dusu was, and also a member of the debating club of the university. So, Mr. Speaker, we were virtually very good friends on campus of the University of Ghana. Coming out of the university, we played our different roles in the youth wings of the two major political parties in Ghana. And during those times, too, we will meet also in the office of Professor Atuguba, who was then a practicing lawyer, putting all of us together, not separating us by our political orientations. So we had a force, a group of youthful people trying to make an impression on the governance in Ghana. So Ochem has played his role as a youth activist in Ghana, belonging to the NPP. Mr. Speaker, since he came to Parliament, he was always a member of the team debating during budgets, and he spoke on finance and economy. And he was very articulate in taking positions and defending positions in the budget. Mr. Speaker, he has done so well in his debates in Parliament, and I'm sure that our colleagues here will forever remember him for the positions he took during those debates. Mr. Speaker, I happened to be his lawyer also in some of the land cases he was prosecuting in Kumasi, and therefore I got very close to him. I got close to him, to his family, to his children, and even on occasions I accompanied him to his children's school celebrations. Mr. Speaker, he was a very nice man, a good family person, and also a good man to his friends. Mr. Speaker, in politics, there comes a time that we have to have differences. We have to come into competition. But even in competition, he never lost his friends. And it's gratifying to know that the Honorable Minister was also a very good friend of his, and they went into competition, and at the end of the day, one of them survived and the other stepped out into private business. Mr. Speaker, what is astonishing is the fact that even when they had finished the competition and he had stepped into private practice in business, they still remained friends. I encountered them on many occasions discussing issues in business with the Honorable Minister. So this is what the youth of Ghana must learn, that beyond competition, friendship never give way. Mr. Speaker, the relationship that Honorable Ochema Boaje developed in this House, he wasn't purely an NPP person all the time. He had very good friends also on the opposite side. And in most cases, even during discussions on the budget, we will see him also discussing the positions that the minority would have taken, and also advising some of the colleagues as to how to build consensus even in the House. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Osema Boaji has done very well in this House and has also done very well in practice in business and also in school. He has demonstrated to us that there is a progression in life as you start believing in an ideology, believing in the political class. He's grown from student activist through the Member of Parliament into an astute businessman. Mr. Speaker, as previous speakers have said, it is important for us to also look after the welfare of members of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, next week, I hope to bring a statement dwelling on the constitutional rights as members of Parliament that we have, so that we can look at it and constitutionally request our due. We take all the challenges. From our constituents, but what is most important is for us to also look at how we build bridges and be able to articulate our needs and, demonstrate the commitment that we have for one another as members of this House. Mr. Speaker, he is gone. What saddens me is the fact that he didn't share. And with that, I will, the previous speakers saying that we need to take good care of ourselves, even as we are of Parliament. And also find a way to stretch and olive our members who leave the House and who come to face challenges of life. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately for our good friend, out into business, he had an exit plan, and he executed that to the full. This is something we can also learn from him, so that as we even develop ourselves within the House, we also have to find a way to think that in years to come, we will also exit. Let us continue to develop the exit plan as our good friend did. On this, I will send condolences to the family of a brave colleague, and also invite members here to show solidarity with the family this coming weekend. So this is a subtle invitation to both the minority and majority. Let us go and show solidarity to the friends and family of our colleague. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me go to Honorable Joseph, then finally.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Minister for Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable former Member of Parliament for Bantama, our dear brother, the Honorable Daniel Ochem Abuaje, was a very bubbly and friendly colleague of ours. He served one term as a Member of Parliament for the good people of Bantama. Mr. Speaker, he was a certified accountant and who also had a master's degree in business administration from Troy University in Alabama, in the United States. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of working with the Honorable Member on the Finance Committee. And Mr. Speaker, it's usually said that good things are always said of the dead. But Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's just mere flattery. But our honorable dear brother who has departed the earth indeed exhibited his knowledge, his understanding, comprehension, and intelligence in the field of economics and finance. Mr. Speaker, During the time I served with him on the Finance Committee, there were only 2 of us who were women on the Finance Committee, my good self and Honorable Della Sowa. And I remember I would only limit myself to the legal aspects of loan agreements that came before the committee. But our brother would take time and painstakingly take us through some of the economics and finance so that we could have a better understanding of what we were discussing at the committee level. And I think he ought to be commended for that. He was someone who was a team player. He enjoyed working with his colleague members at the committee level and even in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, indeed, our great nation has lost a great soul or a great son. To the family, to the wife, to the children, and to all of us here as members of Parliament, we wish the family the strength from the Lord to take them through these hard times. Our condolences, our heart pours out to them. Mr. Speaker, I remember him so well during budget debates. He was one, I remember I was deputy leader then, and we could never have a list of contributors for the first day of the debate of the budget, whether it was the budget, the policy, or the estimates, without having the Honorable Daniel Ochem Abuaje's name on our list. He would not disappoint our side. He will come prepared. He will come eloquently and deliver his debate on the budget. Mr. Speaker, one thing that I admire him for is that even when he exited Parliament, we still heard of his name. He still made advances and progress in the field of business. Mr. Speaker, most of us who frequent the Accra-Kumasi Road, to our surprise, would see 2M Express minibuses on the road. And it took a friend of mine in Kumasi to tell me that he actually owns that transport company. Mr. Speaker, I think we should all learn from what he did outside of Parliament. Those of us who are not coming back to the House, it doesn't mean we can't make ourselves useful and benefit the country in other spheres of life. Wherever your passion is, whatever is your profession, I'm sure if you exit and you're very focused and very determined and you put in maximum effort, you can also shine out there. Mr. Speaker, in concluding my contribution to this, what I want to say is that I agree with the Honorable former leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, when he says, as members of Parliament, we ought to specialize. He specialized in this House on finance and economic matters. I think that if we all do the same, we would be better members of Parliament, better debaters, better contributors, rather than spreading our tentacles to cover everything. That way, you only know bits and pieces of every sphere or sector of the economy of Ghana to be able to debate effectively on it. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. I want to say, rest in perfect peace, our brother. Fare thee well. Honorable Daniel Ochem Abuache. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Finally, let me give the slot to Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the late Honorable Daniel Ochem Abuaje was a bosom friend of mine, a colleague, Mr. Speaker, and someone that personally I relate to. Mr. Speaker, we've had our good times and very good moments, both in the chamber and outside the chamber. Mr. Speaker, he served with us at the Finance Committee from 2017 to 2020. During that period, Mr. Speaker, I was the ranking member of the committee, and he had just come as a member of parliament. Mr. Speaker, one thing you cannot take away from him is his knowledge on the subject matter and the way he articulates his views. Mr. Speaker, it touched us, and as a result, anytime we are having major budget debate and state of the nation debates, Ochem Abuaje speaks his mind for his side. As myself, and obviously my colleagues, John Jenapor, the Honorable Adongo, also speaks our mind. Speaker, outside the chamber, we've had wonderful engagement to educate the Ghanaian public on how budget is being to be interpreted. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, we engage on radio, we engage on TV, and there's one popular one that, Mr. Speaker, I will never forget. At the time when myself, the Honorable Adongo, spoke for the NDC minority then, and himself, the Honorable Opon Nkrumah, spoke for the majority, the MPP, on the great debt debate. It's because it was that time that we pointed out that if the country does not take steps to reverse the way they are accumulating the debt, we will end up in a debt crisis. Speaker, the videos are there for all of us to see. We affectionately call him Honorable Chop Chop for a reason. Because the Speaker, he explains that spending on free SHS is not chop chop. Whilst I was pushing that it is a form of chop chop. And so there's the need for us to change the course. The Speaker, we would dearly miss him. Outside the chamber, even after he left office and he became non-MP, he calls me a minimum every month. And we've had good times. There are times we sit, even when he wasn't an MP, we have meetings, we share ideas, we have lunch together and discuss how the country is going. His views on how the finances of our country needs to be run, is, the Speaker, is something that he doesn't hide it at all. Whether good or bad, he shares his view with you in private. He's a courageous man. I didn't like the fact that he left Parliament, but my good friend took over his seat, and the Speaker, as a result, we lost him. But losing him from Parliament is not the deal. The deal is the fact that he has left us at a time that we least expected. Personally, I've lost a friend. I've lost a colleague, someone that I can call and we can have good intellectual discourse. He loves his country, he loves his people, and we dearly miss him. At this moment, Mr. Speaker, I will only be able to wish the family well, and we know that Saturday will be the funeral. In fact, I've been asking around when the funeral will be. In any case, we should find time and to wish him final farewell. The Speaker, we will dearly miss him. Honorable Ochem Abuaje. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. May we rise and observe 1 minute's silence in his memory. May the soul of our brother and colleague, Honorable Daniel Ochem Abuaje, rest in perfect peace. Amen. Now, members, at this juncture, I will suspend the House.
The Speaker, my attention has been drawn by the ranking member of the special committee that investigated the leak tape. The leak tape, the IGP's leak tape, that the committee's report is ready and they wanted to delay it so that they will take it later. And so, Speaker, if you don't mind.
But where is the chairman?
The chairman is at the appointment committee. He was at the appointment committee with me. I left just to come and debate this matter, but I don't know.
Respectfully, I will wish that the chairman himself is here.
The Speaker, my attention has been drawn. He's not a ranking member, but a vice chairman. So he's doing that on the authority of the chairman. You may hear from him whether he has discussed that with his chairman.
Personally, I'm not comfortable because of what has gone around the media. I want the chairman himself to be here to lead it. Respectfully, leader, bear with me. Yes. So on that note, please kindly indulge me to suspend the House for 1 hour. 1 hour. No leadership from both sides. Honorable James Grayson, come and sit in front of. Yes, I'm asking you to come and take the front seat. Well. So let me welcome you and straight away revert back to leadership, available leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. As you indicated, we would now want to turn to consideration of this bill. The item is I have or you're not having. Yes, I'm trying to get an item number. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Item number 44 on today's order paper at page 42. Right? Page 32.
Page 32.
32, yes, Mr. Speaker. The Chartered Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency Practitioners, Ghana Bill 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, come with me to page 32. Page 32, item listed 40. Chartered Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency Practitioners, Ghana Bill 2023 at the consideration stage. Honorable members, if you recall, yesterday we did clause 1 and clause 2. So we will start or continue from clause 3.
Functions of the institutes.
There is a proposed amendment by the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are few amendments. Clause 3, paragraph F, line 1, delete 2 and insert for approval by. So after recommend, we delete the word 2. So it will read recommend for approval by the Office of the Registrar of Companies. And Mr. Speaker, if I may seek your G, because it's consequential, recommend 2. We delete the 2 and we insert for approval by. It's consequential to this. So that one will also read recommend for approval by the Office of the Registrar of Companies. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman. Yes, the ranking.
Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman's amendment. And the reason for, or the rationale behind the amendment is to lay emphasis and indicate the action the registrar of company is invited to perform.
Very well. Honorable members, I'll put the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. No, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Same clause 3.
Mr. Speaker, because the chairman's amendment goes ahead of A, B, C, D, E to F, may I, with your leave and the indulgence of the chairman, make a request to seek an amendment to clause 3D. When you say keep, maintain and publish a register of members, to add the words in good standing, in good standing. That has been the practice. You just don't provide register for members. You provide the register and publish for members who are in good standing. So if the chairman has no objection, it should be register of members in good standing for sub-clause 3D. I so submit. Mr. Speaker, once I still have the floor, if the chairman has no objection, even to clause 1 and clause 2, wherever you have the word insolvency practitioner, it should be preceded by the word an insolvency practitioner. Because you find somewhere that train and will be wrong for 2. But in many other areas, and will have to qualify the insolvency practitioner. But maybe that one will be for you to direct the draft person where it is appropriate. And. But not in 1 and 2. Because 1 and 2, I've tried to sit it in. Train insolvency practitioners is appropriate. You can't say train an insolvency practitioner. But when you go further somewhere in 3, I'll relate it where I have it. But let me stay on my 3D, Mr. Speaker, 3D, in good standing. Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I don't have any objection to the latter amendment. Safe to draw Honorable Haruna's attention to the fact that the E is talking about persons and not members. Yeah, it says keep, maintain and publish a register of persons who provide tuition for professional examinations in insolvency in accordance with this act. Right, thank you.
So he's talking about the D. Keep, maintain, and publish a register of members. He is saying should be members of good standing of the institute.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you can be a member of the bar, but you are not a member of the bar with good standing. So membership of this professional institute, one thing, and membership of good standing is another thing. And we are talking about register of members. Whether you are of good standing or not, you are the member. So you must be in the register. Other than that, that amendment will mean that if you are a member and you are not of good standing, then your name must be removed from the register. But you will be a member until the condition based on which you will be of good standing is rectified.
Amendment withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you. Other than that, some of us who have failed to pay our subscriptions for the bar. Very well. So Chairman.
Speaker, I sought your leave and moved the two proposed amendments under clause 3. So
Under clause
Mr.
3,
Speaker
yes.
may want to put the entire question on the entire clause.
Yes, move the second one.
Mr. Speaker, I moved that already.
Move that one. They haven't
Yes,
put the
and
question.
it's been taken, right.
So all those in favor of the proposed amendment of paragraph G, line 1, say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. No members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried.
I moved them.
He moves the two amendments.
He moved it together.
Yes, he moved the two together.
Oh, okay.
So
Then let
the
him
F
move.
and then the G.
Then let him move the clause 3 as variously amended.
Mr. Speaker, before you come to clause 3 as variously amended, after a second thought, I'm right. So I'm back. Mr. Speaker, 3C says register members of the institute. So that deals with your concern and that of chairman. There is a register for members. C. So in D, it must be members in good standing. They are not the same. So chairman, read well. In 3C, register members of the institute. That is general. Members who are professional practitioners. Then in D, maintain and publish a register of members in good standing. So other than that, if I'm not successful, Mr. Speaker, then between C and D, one must go. One must go. All the two
I think he's
in a
right. Honorable Nyafo.
Just trying to go through, I think there is a provision that deals with membership with good standing.
I think that the proposal makes sense because between C and D, there are members of the institute and then there must be members in good standing. So,
other than that, one must go.
Yes. Yes. Honorable Ahia, for your defense was very convincing, but I think now, so Mr. Speaker, I would propose that we keep the D. We insert in good standing after members. So maintain and publish a register of members in good standing of the institute. Because it's only members who are in good standing that the public would want to know.
Yeah. Very well.
For Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nyafo, are you with?
Speaker, the amendment can be carried.
Very well. So, honorable members, clause 3D, the proposed amendment by Honorable Helen Adrisu. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Amendment is carried. Honorable members, all those in favor that clause 3 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 3 as variously amended is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Governing body of the institutes.
Yes, there's a proposed amendment by the chairman.
Amendment proposed, subclause 3, line 2, after regard, delete off and insert 2. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the chairman has moved a proposed amendment. The question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And All those in favor that cross 4 as amended stands part.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable I have for chairman, they say they are modern drafters because they got the privilege to go to some school. They are doing away with our old school of drafting. Mr. Speaker, if you read 4 well, and with your leave, it reads, the governing body of the institute is a council consisting of a chairperson. Why are we not saying who shall be the president of the institute? Who shall be the president of the institute? Who is the president? And who shall be the president? Modern drafting, which one is right? Shall be, mandatory. You draft in the president. They say modern way of drafting. So, shall I may belong to the shall school.
The drafter is president.
Okay, abandon. Mr. Speaker, I've been trying to go for training with the drafter. She knows that to improve my drafting skills. So abandoned. Thank you.
So all those in favor that cross 4 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Number the ayes have it. Cross 4 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 5.
Functions of the council.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 5, paragraph A, delete and insert the following. So A must be deleted for, and the issue read, exercise general oversight responsibility over 1, the institute, and 2, the strategic direction of the institute. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. The proposed amendment by the chairman. Yes, Ranking.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment. Mr. Speaker, the rationale is to provide clarity and emphasize that the 2 functions are separate.
So the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Remember, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes.
Item
5.
4. Yeah. Item 4, clause 5, amendment proposed. Mr. Speaker, add the following new paragraph. So, Mr. Speaker, and an omnibus paragraph is added. Quote, perform any other function that is to the object of the institute. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment because I was going to say that there must be a new D which should deal with the object of the institute. If we are given role as functions of the council, we must relate the council to the attainment of the objects of the institute. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment. Mr. Speaker, the actual reason for this omnibus clause is to enable the council perform functions that are not immediately contemplated upon. So, to apply the ejusdem generis rule, any other function that is within the ambit of the authority of the council, they can go ahead and perform it.
Thank you. The question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. No, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And that.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment to clause 6,
No,
7,
no,
8,
hold on,
9.
hold on. All those in favor that clause 5 as variously amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. No members, the ayes have it. Clause 5 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Now we come to clause 6.
Tenure of office of members of the council.
There is no proposed amendment. So I'll put the question, all those in favor that clause 6 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable, the ayes have it. Clause 6 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Meetings of the council.
There's no proposed amendment. All those in favor that clause 7 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, ayes have it. Proposed amendment is carried. And honorable members, clause 7 is directed to stand part of the bill. Now clause 8.
Disclosure of interest.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 8. All those in favor that clause 8 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 8 is directed to stand part of the bill. Now clause 9.
Conflict of interest.
Yes,
Speaker, clause 9, subclause 2, line 1. At the beginning, insert despite subsection 1. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman to clause 9. The question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker, before you put that, just an explanation from the chairman and the ranking on the committee. Clause 9.1, second line. Act in a manner or assume. Why are you adding the words assume? Acting in a manner, doesn't that include assuming a position? If you act in a manner. 9.1, second line. Act in a manner or assume a position. The word or assume should go. You act in a manner in which the duty of that member of the institute may conflict with the personal interests of that member. When you say assume a position, assume in law, how are you going to attain that, measure that? Assume a position. It must be measurable. I have assumed a position. It's not the same thing as I have acted in a manner. So, Mr. Speaker, the rules say we should stand up and you mark as present MP. So if I don't stand up, I've acted in a manner. When you say assumed a position, what are you referring to? So if we can get clarity, Chairman, assumed a position.
Thank you, sir. The 9.1, I'm not amending 9.1. We are rather amending 9 subclause 2. So then subclause 2 would be despite subsection 1. It will read, right, that is it. But you want to further amend, okay, right.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, if assume a position is creating ambiguity, can we use occupy a position? Mr. Speaker, you act in a manner or occupy a position in which the duty of that member to the institute conflicts or with the personal interest of that member.
Yes.
Well, but he is having the former minority leader is having a problem with the use of the word assume. Assume. So, but the intendment here is that you don't act in a manner or act in a position or occupy a position. So if the word assume is creating ambiguity, then we can substitute it, delete it, and insert occupy a position.
I am not sure, but I thought occupy would necessarily mean that the person getting a position. But if it is assumed, the person may not occupy a position, but he would act, or even if somebody approaches the person that you are this and the person is just quiet, it would be that if the person comply, we would see that the person had assumed. So I am comfortable with the word assume more than occupy. I think that is better. The assumption is better, because you may assume without acting. People may impugn to you and you act silently, and then we may say that you have consented to what is being alluded to you.
Mr. Speaker, this particular provision is trying to prevent a situation where a member of the council will act or by virtue of the position that that member is occupying, the duty will conflict with his interest as a member of the council. So it's not just assuming you are, Mr. Speaker, you are there acting as a speaker of parliament. It's a position that you are occupying currently. So if by virtue of occupying this particular position, your duty as a speaker will be in conflict with another position that you are holding as a member of the council, that is what the provision is trying to prohibit. So if assuming a position is not bringing the meaning very clearly, then we can substitute that with occupy a position.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, it is my view that this Parliament and Parliament must take the matter of conflict of interest provisions much more seriously. It is the most veritable source of corruption in our country. Research has proven that. He sits on that board, allows the wife, the son, the friend to have access to information that helps him to win a contract. That's conflict of interest. You want to tighten the legislation so that that doesn't happen. So we give practical examples. I act in a manner as member of a certain board. Then I assume a position. Mr. Speaker, forgive me. Maybe because you have second deputy speaker, you chair privileges committee. Is that right to describe that you have assumed a position or you have taken an office? This is what this is dealing with. Mr. Speaker is second deputy speaker. So the office of second deputy speaker, is that what we are conveying? No. There shouldn't be ambiguity in this. We take this particular provision for granted. People engage in corrupt conduct in the name of weaker provisions of our conflict of interest provision. Once you are chief executive of an office, you act in a manner. You have assumed the office of chief executive. You have assumed that what do you mean when you say somebody has assumed office? If you are appointed to chief executive, you are appointed. You take the office. So I have a problem with the words assume. The principal chairman, I agree with you, but to use the word assume, you act in a manner measurable, but assume. If assume is in the context I use it, by virtue of the fact that you've been elected second deputy speaker, you have assumed the office of chairman of privileges committee. Is that what we are referring to? So that if there is a matter affecting Fomina, we want to say, okay, Mr. Speaker should excuse himself. What are we going to rely on? Are we going to rely on acting in a manner or assuming the office of second deputy speaker? So I just want a little clarity. I'm not comfortable, but I'm fine if I'm convinced that it should stand. But assume, the word assume, I have difficulty accepting it.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would want to use the example that my senior uses. For instance, Mr. Speaker, you assume the office of the second deputy speaker. If somebody comes to me and says that Kwame Enyimedwentry, we have
any other matter, you don't need
of your interest as a member of the council. That is what they are talking about. Yes, so let the doctor. You occupy position. You don't assume position. You assume office.
Well, honorable members, the draft, disagrees. The assume is appropriate. It's appropriate.
Mr. Speaker, objection abandoned.
So let's move on. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the thing is, when you assume office, that means you have taken or begin to occupy that position. So, if you look at the two terms, that is the assume and then the occupy. Say that is assumption. You have been given a job, you assume duty. So once you assume duty, that will now occupy that position to which you have been appointed. So for me, occupy will be more appropriate than assume in that case.
Anyway,
thank you.
Anyway, we don't need to split our heads in this. Yes. So let's maintain it. So the question is, all those in favor that cross 9 as amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. No, but the ayes have it. Cross 9 as amended stands part of the bill. Clause 10.
Establishment of committees.
Honourable members, there's no advertised amendment. So the question is, all those in favor that cross 10 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say, honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Clause 11.
Allowances.
There is no proposed advertised amendment. So the question, all those in favor that clause 11 stands part of the bill, say aye. Honourable members, if you are not here, you are not here. But if you are here, please. I want you to focus on the lawmaking. In fact, it's one critical function of a parliamentarian. So, if we come here, please let's take it seriously, because if you come first term, second term, and it happens that you are not familiar with lawmaking, it's a bit. So let's draw attention to it. You don't have. Anyway, so you can just respond to the questions. So all those in favor that clause 11 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Number the ayes have it. Clause 11 is directed to stand part of the bill. Yes.
Speaker, let me pray you to take you back to 11.2. 11.2, members of a committee of the council shall be paid the allowances determined by the council. The Speaker, I think that the definite article should be paid allowances determined by the council. Should be paid allowances determined by the council, not the allowances. Not the allowances, but should be paid allowances determined by the council. They may vary. It's the council that will determine. So we can't say the allowances. Mr. Speaker.
The article there. So the rendition should be members of a committee of the council shall be paid allowances determined by the council.
Exactly.
Chairman.
Thank you.
That is.
Mr. Speaker, preceding this subclause is the one. Members of the council shall be paid allowances approved by members of the institute at an annual general meeting. But this one is saying the allowances, the council shall be paid the allowances determined by the council. So we are talking about allowances in the same clause. So the members of the council shall be paid by, this is by the institute, members of the institute, and this one is talking about what the council will say. So there is a little bit of difference, and this would distinguish between the first allowance under subclause 1, and the two will be clearer. Thank you.
Speaker, the tenor of this provision is not to distinguish the allowances at all. The first is in respect of the allowances of council members. Allowances of council members. The second is in respect of allowances of members who serve on committees formed by the council. So in my humble view, which the second rendition should rather be in consonance with the one in the first. Allowances determined by the council. All right. So the first rendition is correct. The second one, I think the definite article there should go.
Yes, Honorable Yafu.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, flowing from 11.1, members of the council shall be paid allowances approved by members of the institute at an annual general meeting. Mr. Speaker, the issue is whether the allowance for members of the committee shall also be determined by the institute at the annual general meeting. Now, Mr. Speaker, if that is not the case, then Ross Ndapamako is right, deleting the indefinite article there. But if that is the case, then the rendition is correct.
Very well. So,
Mr. Speaker, I agree to the amendment that is proposed by Honorable Dafiameko. So the article there before allowances under 11.2 must be deleted.
very well. So, Honorable Dafiamako, give me the rendition.
Speaker, it's simply that members of a committee shall be paid allowances determined by the council.
Very well. All those in favor of the proposed amendment to 11 say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to 11 is carried. And that all those in favor that cross 11 as amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 11 is directed to.
Madam Speaker, just to get your guidance and probably to guide the drafters, we are on allowances. Is it not the case that the promoters of this bill wanted to say that members should pay fees and that the fees should be determined at an annual general meeting? I'm just asking. So we are dealing with 11.1 as if it's just allowances. Probably, if you read it well, the tenor would have been that if you want something determined at annual general meeting, you probably had in mind fees, like members of this institute paying fees. Like Mr. Speaker, what you say you haven't paid, subscription fees. Members determine it. So probably we are looking for fees. Mr. Speaker, some of these things I do deliberately. because parliamentary debate is now a guide to interpretation. So I do it deliberately, so that tomorrow, when the courts are to interpret, they will know that for abundance of caution, you didn't mean fees. You want allowances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances, board allowances are determined at the annual general meeting. So every AGM, they consider whether they have to increase it or not. So that is what 11.1 is addressing.
Yes.
Who is talking about subcommittees?
Mr. Speaker, the leader's concern is addressed by clause 19 of the bill, which raise fees for membership. The institute shall, with the approval of the council, prescribe appropriate fees for all categories of members.
Well. So all those in favor that clause 11 as amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 as amended, it stands part of the bill. Clause 12. Sorry, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sorry to take you back to clause 11 still, and it is 11.2. The 11.1 says that the allowances of the members of the council shall be determined at an annual general meeting by the members of the institute. Yes. Then by the 11.2, if you take the 11.2 and you read clause 10, which says that establishment of committees, the council may establish committees consisting of members of the council or non-members. Assuming there's a committee established by the council consisting of members of the council, and you have now given them the chance to go and determine their own allowances. Mr. Speaker, this thing is a recipe for abuse. Mr. Speaker, this is a recipe for abuse. I'm a member of the council. Members of the council, our allowances are determined at the annual general meeting. However, a subcommittee that we have formed, we are allowed to determine the allowances for that subcommittee. So, Speaker, assuming the meeting, the institute members approve an allowance of me, which is 100 cedis, and I want 200, a subcommittee may be paid about 200, which will be higher than the one determined at the annual general meeting. This clause is subject to abuse. Yes. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, just as the 11.1 is, there must be a criteria for that allowance, else it will be abused.
Yes, that's very true.
Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances, at board meetings and committees of the council, it is normally the board chair that will set up the committees, the subcommittees. And under 10, it might be wholly board members, or it may consist of non-board members and board members. Normally, the chair is not a member of a subcommittee because they will have to conduct their business and submit to the board that the board chair will be chairing. So normally setting up allowance for a subcommittee, the board chairman makes sure he would be at the helm of affairs in determining, and it doesn't normally, as the saying goes, the feet cannot be greater than the time. So the allowances of a subcommittee can't go beyond the board allowance. At best, it will be at par, so it would not amount to abuse.
Honourable members, let's turn to clause 12.
Of the institutes.
Honourable members, yes, Honourable Nafiamapo.
Speaker, my difficulty is that the reference to the third schedule, details of which meetings will be held accordingly, is missing from the bill.
I only see the third schedule. Well, the copy that I have, very well. So I'm guided. If the third schedule is provided and is properly referenced, then they will proceed.
Honourable members, there is no proposed amendment to 12. All those in favour that clause 12 stands part of the bill say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. Honourable, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment, the clause 12 is directed to stand as part of the bill. Clause 13.
Mr. Speaker, before 13, there is at page 33 of the order paper, policy directives. Mr. Speaker, the proposal is to insert this clause between after 12, page 33, the last paragraph. Policy directives. The minister may give directives in writing to the council on matters of policy, and the council shall apply. Mr. Speaker, the proposal is made that this be inserted, and the clause.
So the proposal is made against clause 12?
No, after clause 12.
After clause 12.
So there will be another, not 12-1. There will be, this would be 13, and then the 13 would be 14. So it's another clause that is being inserted.
So it means we are going to have 13, which is not advertised. It's a new 13.
I thought that we'll finish with the main clauses before coming to any new clauses. So you should have waited, and then we'll finish with all the main clauses before coming out with the new clauses.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment. Mr. Speaker, this has been a regular standard rendition in all our bills. It's not very new to our laws. This is to enable the sector minister to give policy directives to the board or to the council. And anytime at all the policy directives is given, the council will have to comply with the directives.
Very well. So, honourable members, clause 13 is supposed to be policy directives. Chairman, is that what you mean?
Mr. Speaker, what is happening is that it was an oversight, and at the committee level, we agreed that we must insert that, so that the insertion would come between after 12 and before 13.
So obviously that will be 13.
Yes, so this will be new 13, and we leave it to the drafters to insert this clause and to place it.
So drafters, we will do our normal process, but afterwards you will insert the policy directives as 13 and shift the rest. Is that okay? Very well.
Mr. Speaker, you probably will have to make this pronouncement with your governor that you are directing the draft person to take note that in between 12 and 13, a new sub-clause be accordingly inserted, but to the draft person.
Leader, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm directing the
office. Way you look to your right and directed, we want it for the record.
Leader, thank you. So the drafting unit or department, you are directed that policy directives is inserted as clause 13. So you do the rearrangement. Very well. So we now move to clause 13, which will be 14.
Categories of membership.
13. Does it say 13? Very well, very well. Honourable members, so all those in favor, that cross 12. Well, well. All those in favor that the new clause, which is policy directives, is made cross 13. Well, well. So the legal term is inserted as cross 13. All the aye. All those against say no. Along with the ayes have it. Cross, the new cross policy directives is directed to be inserted as cross 13. Honorable Surveyor, I have the strength. Let's move on. You see, it's my surveyor always guiding me. So let's move on. Clause 13. Now 14.
Mr. Speaker, clause 14. You didn't read the title.
It's clause 13, but now, yes, read it.
Categories of membership.
Yes, Chairman. Is there any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, clause 13, no advertised amendment.
Well, well. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the essence of head note is to provide a summary of the thinking in that clause. So if you say categories of membership, you didn't say membership. You could have said membership as your heading. Then 13 will read, the membership of the institute consists of the following. Now if you say categories of membership, why are you not adding categories to the first line of 13? The categories of membership of the institute consists of. I would have said shall consist of, but I'm told shall is old school. So categories of membership is your head note. Now when you come to and you say membership of the institute, how does that sit with categories of membership? It must rhyme. No, it must rhyme. That when you are talking categories, let it reflect category.
So what do you suggest, Leader?
You want to say it's modern,
Leader, what do you suggest?
I'm suggesting that the categories of membership of the institute consists of the following. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, let me draw my senior's attention to the fact that the head note is correct. But if you look at the membership, the A to F categorizes the membership because we have a student member, then we have an associate member, then we have a full member, then we have a fellow, an honorary member, and a firm. Some firms are members. So these are categories of membership. So it is.
So Chairman, what's the difference between associate member and a full member?
Mr. Speaker, associate member would be somebody who would want to, I'm tempted to use the same word, to be associated with an associate member. Mr. Speaker, for instance, in the academia, you will recall that when somebody is associate professor, he is not yet a full professorship. That is the first step of, after senior lecturer, you are an associate professor. I would say that it is anticipatory socialization to the group. So you are not yet at that level. You are not granted a full membership. That's why even students are members. So it is correct that there are some associate members who would want to be linked up to, and they don't have the full membership. And we also have, for instance, fellows, and then honorary members, and then we also have firms, not individuals, but firms, companies.
Yes.
So these are the categories of membership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member for OWES. Ghana Institution of Surveyors, do you have full member? Is
Mr. Speaker, we
associate member, then the fellow.
We don't have associate member. All we have is full
Member
membership and a fellow.
And a fellow.
And then we have
Yes.
the technician membership and the student membership.
So
We don't have.
that's where I'm coming from. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, the point that the leader is making is germane. His point is that the head note should read membership. Membership. Then when you go into the nitty-gritties, then the reading will be, so his point is that membership. Then when you go to the controlling phrase, it should read the categories of membership of the institute consists of the following. So I think that there's some wisdom there.
Yes.
You don't, I think that there's some wisdom there. You don't have to say head note categories of membership.
Yes.
Before you come back to indicate those categories.
Yeah.
Because the head note is actually the summary of what is contained in there.
Yes.
So it doesn't head the provision if the categories as is contained in the head note is what to qualify the membership as used in the controlling phrase.
Yes.
In 18. Thank you.
I'm inclined to.
I support his view.
I'm inclined
his
to.
amendment.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Anyafo.
Mr. Speaker, if I heard former minority leader very well, he is of the view that when you say categories of membership, then when you come to 13, you must say the categories of membership of the institute consist of the following. You must necessarily repeat the word category. That is the point that the former minority leader is making. The Speaker, as he indicated, head note shall form part of an interpretation. So, by way of looking at the head note should be able to tell you what the provision is about.
Yes.
Now, if the head note remains categories of membership, then you come to 13. All you need to see is whether or not the membership is categorized. And once the membership is categorized into A, B, C, D, E, F, it satisfies the provision. So there is nothing absolutely wrong with the provision as it is.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Thank you very much. As much as I agree with all my other colleagues, an associate member position as part of the membership should be looked at critically. I try to look at it from the interpretation where we have an associate member who qualifies to be an associate member. There's nothing out there. And most institutions or associations in Ghana, I've never seen an associate member yes. Being a member. So I want to further propose an amendment that you delete an associate member so that you have. Why won't you touch it? I'm proposing it whether you agree or not.
We are making the law. So that is it.
And the Speaker agrees with me. So we'll vote on it right now. And so, further amendment, Mr. Speaker, that the categories of membership, that you delete an associate member and you have a student member, a full member, a fellow, an honorary member, and a firm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, that is the proposed amendment.
Mr. Speaker, in interpretation, the rule is that you look at the provision as a whole. Mr. Speaker, if you come to qualification for enrollment, that is 14.2 14.2 states that a person is qualified to be enrolled as an associate member of the institute if that person has passed the final level of insolvency examination conducted by the institute but does not have the prerequisite experience to be a full member. Such a person is what they are classifying as an associate member. So once the explanation has been given as to who is an associate member, to be able to know who the associate member referred to in 13B is, you must read the 14.2. Now, if you read it together with the 14.2, you'll be clear as to the associate member.
So Honorable Ehiafo, let me come to you. You are a stanch member of Ghana Bar. So Ghana Bar, if you want to associate this particular category, associate member in a Ghana Bar, where does it stand? Is it? Because you don't have that one in the Ghana Bar.
Yes, it may probably be somebody who has finished the examination at the law school, has been called to the bar, yes, but he has not finished his privilege.
He has not
finished his privilege, so he doesn't have the experience to be referred to by others. That is what I'm gathering from this particular. And I believe if you look at the Chartered Institute bills that we have passed, the bankers, the Chartered Institute of Accountants, they have associate members as well in those professional bodies bills that we have passed. So this is not the first time that we are going to have associate members. If the drafter can help us, we can go and look at the Chartered Institute of Marketing, Chartered Institute of Bankers, Chartered Institute of Accountants. I mean, is there?
Well,
Mr. Speaker, the classifications of 13, who is a student member, who is associate member, who is a full member, a fellow, all those things are spelled out in 14.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are making a law for this. We are making a law for this country, and I believe we should all have a standard law. The institution and association that you belong to, including the additional one, which is the Bar Association, the Ghana Institution of Surveillance does not have the associate member. We have probationers. The probationers are those who have just finished their exam and do not have experience, and you are given 5 years to become a full member. So, Mr. Speaker, I think all of us should agree that in this country, we should have a standardized categories of membership. And that just as you don't have associate member of Ghana Bar Association, or Medical and Dental Council associate member, or Institute of Engineers member, associate member, or Ghana Institute of Architects associate member, since we don't have those ones, we should have a standardized one, Mr. Speaker. So we should delete the associate member and take the description out.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I have in my hand Act 991, passed in 2019 by this House. That's the Chartered Institute of Bankers, Ghana Act 2019. Mr. Speaker, fortuitously, the same section 14 is on categories of membership. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if I may, yes. Categories of membership. The membership of the institute consists of the following: A, ordinary members; B, student members; C, associate members; D, fellows; E, honorary fellows; and F, corporate members. So this House in 2019 used corporate members and not firm. So I believe that the present provision is largely in tandem with how this House crafts similar provisions. So I believe that the current rendition is not out of place at all. It's in accord with our similar legislations on matters such as this. So I support the present formulation, and I believe that it should pass.
So, It means you shut down Honorable. Anyway, so let me put the question. All those
Mr. Speaker, earlier on, I think the Honorable Haruna made a proposal. He has abandoned that. Because I thought Honorable Dafia Mepo also came in and said that membership. So we can do away with the categories of, and then have membership. But then if we do that, then in 13, we have to say the categories of membership shall be the following. Mr. Speaker,
yes.
The amendment presently proposed by the chairman will be in accord. It does not distort the provision at all. But the point, so I support it. It's also in accord with leaders' earlier position. But what I want to point to is that in this legislation, in Act 991, the House used honorary fellows and corporate members. But in this legislation, Mr. Speaker, we are having recourse to a firm member. If for the sake of consistency, whether we keep to use of corporate members or a firm, I think that because 991 is quite a recent legislation, we can keep to the use of corporate membership or corporate members instead of a firm member.
Honorable Dafia, you see, I brought in the GIS because I'm a member of GIS. But I have come to realize that every organization or institution has the way of regulating their own structure. So if they brought it and they said firm, I don't think we have to, they know why they insist that it should be firm.
Yes,
so let's allow them. They brought it fine. If there are certain things we need to add or subtract, we can do that.
No, Mr. Speaker, I am only saying for the sake of consistency. In fact, consistency is one of the standards that this House is guided by in promulgating our laws. I'm only saying that in 2019, in fact, after 2019, recently we enacted the Chartered Institute of Marketers and one other legislation. So the use of corporate members, it connotes the same thing as a firm member. But I am only speaking of consistency in terms of phrase. It doesn't hurt the provision. If we stick to the use of corporate members, or we want to depart and now say a firm member, it connotes the same thing.
Well, yes, Honorable here.
Mr. Speaker, if you want to be guided by the consistency rule, then it means that 14.3 cannot be part of this particular law. So I want to plead with my learned brother that once the institutes agree that the head should be a firm member, we should allow it to be a firm member. Because the Chartered Institute of Bankers and Chartered Institute of Accountants that we have passed, no room is created for another professional body to take examination and become a member of that particular institute, unless you are a chartered accountant. But if you look at the three, is there a person who is a lawyer, licensed by the General Legal Council, and a member in good standing of the Ghana Bar Association, a member in good standing of the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana, a member in good standing of the Chartered Institute of Bankers? All those people will become members of the institute by virtue of being members of their professional body. So it is not everything here that should be consistent with the previous laws that we have passed. There are a bit of variation that we should take into consideration.
Mr. Speaker, I believe you can put the question on 13. the most significant thing is to avoid ambiguity in legislation. And the ambiguity I sought to raise was the emphasis or the relationship between the head notes and the opening words of whether category could come to membership. Having listened to the chairman and the ranking member, membership can be student, associate, full member, fellow, and then what I have difficulty with is the F, a firm member, firm, a firm member. Apart from that, there's a firm member, chairman, what is firm member? A firm member, a firm member. So maybe the F should go, but the rest can stand and we can put a question. A law firm, that's corporate. So why not using corporate and using firm? So Mr. Speaker, the earlier opposition is abandoned. You can put the question on 13 and we can make progress. And then to plead with the chairman, some of us are fasting at 6 o'clock. When we get to 14, allow Mr. Speaker to. Mr. Speaker too is human. Tomorrow we continue. Thank you.
Very well. So, honourable members, clause 13. All those in favor that clause 13 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable member, the ayes have it. Clause 13 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Qualification for enrollment.
The Speaker, for guidance, 14 will now be 15.
Yes,
so
directions are always given.
We'll leave that to the draft.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, 14. If you read the head note, qualification for enrollment, why didn't you say qualification for membership enrollment? Because as I come down to 14.1, a person is qualified to be enrolled as a student member. The student member is derived from 13, where 13A, where you said a student member. So qualification for enrollment. This is not an educational institution where you are saying that people should come and enroll. You are saying that to be a student member. So why is your head note qualification for and not qualification for membership enrollment? Because you categorize your membership in the previous clause. So, Chairman, qualification for enrollment. And then, Mr. Speaker, I know. I want an explanation for the record. Qualification for enrollment in the category. So it means that if you want me to abandon it, then you must provide for criteria for A, B up to F. You must do that now. This is legislation. So from A to F was your categories of membership. You must now provide basis for enrollment for all the categories. That is my position.
Chairman, did you get his argument? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the 14, qualification for enrollment, that is the criteria. So if you take 13A, a student member, and you take 14.1, it states a person is qualified to be enrolled as a student member of the institute. If that person has A, B, then you are qualified to be enrolled as a student member.
Yes.
Now, if you come to 2, the B is talking about associate member. Then the 13B is talking about associate member. And then 14.2, a person is qualified to be enrolled as an associate member. Then the rest follow. Now, if you come to 13C, it's talking about full member. And then the 14.3, a person who is a lawyer, licensed, is also talking about a full membership. So all the membership categories in 13 has been qualified in clause 14.
Mr. Speaker, I would also add from where the ranking took off that I would want to draw the Honorable Senior's attention to certificate of enrollment. You qualify to be enrolled, but you have to apply before you are enrolled, and then you are issued with a certificate when you have paid the necessary fees, and that is stipulated under clause 15. So it's not automatic that you are being a member. So it is okay. But 14, Mr. Speaker, now that you have mentioned it, under item 8, VIII, subclause 3, line 2, delete the words and a member in good standing of the Ghana Bar Association. So the new rendition would be 14.3. A person who is a lawyer licensed by the General Legal Council, a member in good standing of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, Ghana, a member in good standing of the Chartered Institute of Bankers, Ghana, or a member in good standing of any other institution or profession recognized by the Institute is qualified to be enrolled as a full member of the Institute of that person. Mr. Speaker, this is so because if you are licensed by the General Legal Council, it presupposes that you are a full member, and that's why we didn't need to. That would be an error of redundancy if we have to add being a full member of the Ghana Bar Association. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Well. There is a proposed amendment which was not advertised by the chairman. So all those, was it advertised? Well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment. Mr. Speaker, the rationale behind the amendment is based on the fact that the Ghana Bar Association may not be the only umbrella body for, and somebody is saying it is not. And the fact also remains that Wardbrew has taken the Ghana Bar Association to court
and for
that the Constitution guarantees freedom of association. Therefore, membership of the bar should not be compulsory. And the Supreme Court upheld that membership of the bar is no longer compulsory. Therefore, what we want to do, you are allowing. So if you are allowed, you are doing it intentionally. Unless, of course, it is unintentional. You didn't allow it. Then it means the word allowed here will not apply.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, before Chairman comes in, the first leg is contained in line 2. A person who is not an insolvency practitioner licensed under this act shall not knowingly hold out. Okay? Now I am saying that knowingly is not necessary here because shall not hold out. Now, if we come to line 3, knowingly is introduced. So we can argue that once knowingly is there, then allow must go. Because the knowingly is very important. It qualifies the intent.
Allow.
It qualifies the intent. So it is the allow that must rather give way. So, Chairman, I leave that to you. Mr. Speaker, this session, the new one being proposed, is in 3 parts. The first one says, a person who is not an insolvency practitioner licensed under this act shall not hold out as an insolvency practitioner, comma. Then the next sentence is knowingly allowed to be held out as insolvency practitioner. That's what Honorable Daffy Amepo says. Somebody would allude to you. You are a lawyer and you are quiet. At that time, you have been held and you are aware of that. And that's why the knowingly is very important for the second clause. Then the third one is or accept or use the title insolvency practitioner. So if we go by the new rendition, so I go through again, a person who is not an insolvency practitioner licensed under this act shall not hold out as an insolvency practitioner, comma, knowingly allowed to be held out as an insolvency practitioner, or accept or use the title insolvency practitioner. This is the proposal, Mr. Speaker, and I so propose. Thank you.
Yes, the question now is all those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 16, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And that all those in favor that clause 16 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, clause 16 is directed to stand part of the bill. And now we bring consideration to a cruise. So we should go on. So we should do up to 23.
Mr. Speaker, between 16, 17 up to 22, there are no advertised amendments.
So we should.
So we can take them and then do 23 and then we can adjourn.
Very well.
Speaker, considering the leader of the House has just joined us, he can gauge the mood of the House, that we are doing the law's business. And these are welfare matters. Leader of the House, if I may have your attention on these matters, you know that we are doing the law's work at this hour. And yes, the law's work. Enacting laws, we are vested with powers by Jehovah to enact laws to govern his people on earth. And that's what we are doing. So I'm just drawing the attention of the leader of the House.
Very well.
What we are doing, the few.
So, honorable members, clause 17. There's no proposed amendment. Let's get your point that way.
Qualification.
Clause 17.
Qualification for registration as a member of the institute.
No, there's no proposed amendment. All those in favor that clause 17 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 17 stands part of the bill. Clause 18.
Application for registration as a member of the institute.
There's no proposed amendment to clause 18. All those in favor that clause 18 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 18 stands part of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, if the chair of the committee can explain the clause 18 subclause 2. When an application is made electronically, does that mean that it's not written? Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with the language. An application for registration may be in written or electronic form, or both, with supporting document including evidence of the qualification of the applicant. Is it the case when you transmit through an electronic medium, it does not amount to a written document because you write and deliver same electronically?
I think you can use oral and it can still be electronic.
No. You said it shall be in written or electronic.
Yeah.
So I want a clarification on that.
Mr. Speaker, I think the idea is handwritten, but these days, Mr. Speaker, one can put words in a computer and it will transcribe into written form.
So say manual.
So when you say electronic, it connotes that oral could also be in manual
or electronic.
Or written could be typed or it could be handwritten. So if we can get a good way to qualify written, then manually written,
No, shall be manual or electronic form. Shall be, if you are dealing with it in manual form.
Very well. I think that is okay.
Or electronic. It should be manual or electronic.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I see the wisdom in leaders' position. So I think that we should limit the application, the process to simply application, so that we leave the mode out. It could be by typewritten processes or electronic mail. Because I just checked the Act 991, manual or electronic, if we want to bring more clarity to it. Yes.
So just give us the rendition.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that clause 2, line 1, we delete written and insert manual. So the new rendition shall read, an application for registration shall be manual. So, Mr. Speaker, we are deleting in written. So then we insert manual. So the new rendition shall read, an application for registration shall be manual or electronic. Yeah. Yes. Then we delete the form. No. So, yes, the form, you are talking about the form it will take. Yes, so an application for registration, so shall be manual or electronic.
Manual form.
It shall be in the manual form, yes. So, Mr. Speaker, the further amendment to that has been proposed. Shall be in the manual form or electronic.
So long as we agree with leaders' rendition. The new rendition should be an application for registration shall be in manual or electronic form, or both with supporting documents.
All those in favor of the
Speaker, and the appropriate fees, in the Banking Act we added in the appropriate fees, because, Mr. Speaker, if we don't, right, Chairman, we want to have your attention. In addition to the tax document fees, the prescribed fees. Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. If you read 18.3. The application shall be submitted together with the registration fee prescribed by the council. So that has addressed his concern.
So all those in favor of the proposed amendment to 18 say aye. All those members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And that all those in favor that clause 18 as amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Not members, the ayes have it. Clause 18 stands part of the bill. And that, now that I've seen that the mere fact has not been advertised, members can raise questions. I bring consideration to a close. So we've come up to 18. We will start 19 tomorrow or any day. Yes, honorable members, you are in my hands now, looking at the time. So I'll proceed to adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Let me thank you once again for your time and your cooperation. The House stands adjourned.